was right about the shoe. The shoe was not the same in the picture in court as the shoe pulled from the evidence bag by Trooper Proctor.
And you mentioned you're at the hospital. There was a sneaker. One.
Yes.
Proctor!
Woo! Good afternoon, my friends. It's good to see you guys. I hope everyone is doing well. Oh man, look at all you folks. It's good to see you guys. Happy Saturday. So listen, yesterday I get an email from Kyle Sharkey. And before I even continue, I want to say, blessed are the Kyle Sharkies of these types of communities, even though there's no community like ours. But blessed are the Kyle Sharkies of these communities because, I mean, I think we all know why. Kyle Sharkey has been getting out there, getting information, putting the information out there. It's been fantastic. Yeah, man, like so I went to bed at like 9 last night. I was so tired. And I went to bed at like 9 last night, and I woke up at like 4 a.m. And I just happened to be just going through my phone, and then I get a notification that Jimmy Auntie Deb was going live. And so, like, you know, and then there's like 500 people in there, and they're like, what are people doing up at this hour? And of course, I'm going to say the most outrageous thing. And they say, well, crack. I don't know about anybody else. So everyone's like, oh my God, crack. I don't think crack is a thing anymore, by the way. I think it hasn't been a thing in a long time. But I still like call people crackheads. I'm just like, that's a fucking crackhead. Because, I mean, there's just basically, listen, I'm getting off subject here because that's all I was going to even talk about there. But when you think about it, right? Because like there's no crack anywhere, but I still call people crackheads. You know what I mean? I go that's a fucking like fucking Justin asshole, right? Which, by the way, fundraiser for Kelsey Fitzsimmons on Massa Media tomorrow at noon. I think noon. It's a nooner. I think. I don't know. I'll be there. So if I could figure out what time it's going to be, so can you. But I will be there. And I hope to see you guys there. And we're getting Maz is getting so close to a personal record of how much money he's raised for Kelsey Fitzsimmons. Not just, I mean, there's money that's been raised for Kelsey, but Mazza hosted fundraisers is approaching $50,000. And I would like to see him get there. I would really like to see him get there. And obviously, we want to help Kelsey Fitzsimmons out. You know, we want to get her reunited with her baby as quick as possible. And we need to get her justice and help because she is going to take on some of that dirty shit that's going on in Massachusetts. So we want to support her in that. Now, see, I got off subject there and then I forgot what I was talking about. Fundraisers, Kelsey Fitzsimmons, crackheads, Justin, crackheads. Got it. Justin, asshole. The reason why, I mean, I don't think he's on crack. I don't think he can afford crack because crack was expensive. As I remember it, crack was fucking expensive. I mean, it's just like pure cocaine down to its purest form, right? So you could smoke it. That's as I understand it to be. But if you ever met a crackhead, right, then you know that Justin's behavior was like he was on some crackhead shit, as I like to say. He's on some crackhead shit. Okay? Look at him. He's on some crackhead shit. Busting through the door, ransacking the house with his buddies and shit, acting like he's got no goddamn, consequences in life. Just not even thinking about nothing, just on the mission to get. You know what I mean? He was on some crackhead shit. What happened? He was on some crackhead shit. Not literally because nobody does crack anymore, but he was on some crackhead shit. Turns out, right? Crackheads, yeah, at least crackheads had work ethic, bro. Crackheads had work ethic. Like this shit today, what is it? Meth today, like you can't, like, a meth head is gonna fucking, like, if you hire a meth head to wash your car, show up at your house, wash my car for $5, bro. Wash my car for $5, dude. Like, you used to be able to do that with a crackhead, and they'll fucking make that shit shine, hoping to get $6. You know what I mean? That's how it used to be. A meth head, you hire a meth head, come over to your house, wash your car. Before you know it, he's digging a hole in your yard like in Breaking Bad. You know what I mean? Like, it's not the same thing. Like, at least crackheads had a work ethic. Like, as thieving and shitty as they were, they had a work ethic. These fucking crackheads today, man, they don't have a work ethic, man. It's no good. Anyway, yeah. So Jimmy had a stream at like 4 a.m. last night, and they made a joke saying crackhead, everybody's on crack. That's it. That's where that came from. Anyway, and it was a good live too. Nicola, Woo! Nicola got in trouble. But that's okay. That's okay. Nicola totally got in trouble. So I'm at a dilemma here because there's a lot of stuff to go over. And I'm not sure exactly what to go over, but except for the 5 memberships that Bridget Pike just gifted. Holy crap! So, yeah, thank you so much, Bridget Pike. We appreciate that. Now, my dilemma is, since there's a lot to go over. Should I just go over Kyle Sharkey's? Let's get real. Like the analytic breakdown is going to come from a channel like Melanie Little. You know what I mean? It wasn't discreet at all. I still say it was Meredith, bro. I think you were hacked. That's what I think. Liz88 gifted a membership. Oh my God. And Don.
Oh, here we go. Yeah.
I think we got a super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat. Super cat. Super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat.
How dare you?
Donkey's noggin. If you ever lived in a major city, your local crackhead was the best handyman in the neighborhood. Facts. And and you would think that today there'd be more of that. You'd think that today there'd be more of this type of today, you'd think that they'd be like, you know what? I'll fucking Google it. You know what I'm saying? If I can't fix it for my crack money, I'll Google it. Can I borrow your phone? That's how that shit would go down if they had the work ethic that they had back in 92. You know what I'm saying? Carla Peaches, thank you so much for the super sticker. And Walsh gifted 10 memberships. And the Goodmans gifted 10. You guys are fantastic. Amazing. So, oh my God. Nicola gifted 5 memberships. And, I wish I could give Nicola credit for that, but that was Meredith. So, thank you, Nicola. Oh my God. I am on one today, my friends. Oh my God. What up, Kasi G? 1977 Felicia. We had one cleanup our yard, but asked to use tools and asked for me to bring him water to drink. That sounds pretty standard. That's pretty standard for a crackhead. You're not going to get a crackhead water. He's cleaning up your yard. You'd give anybody water. Stop it. Don't shit on the guy for asking for water. You should have provided water. You always offer. If anybody is doing any work on my house ever, I offer them something to drink. Always. Bruce Wayne, thank you so much. Proctor is saying he will manipulate the mental health angle to keep his pension. Feds know this. Rico drops soon, but how would I know? Because listen, you got your Bruce Wayne. That means you got Bruce Wayne money, which means you're also Batman, which means you're the greatest detective on the planet. And Bruce Wayne's got connects. So I believe in you. I believe in you. Okay. 51 Frankie, 5 Frankie. You've been for 6 months. Hey, Will. Thank you so much. Dude, yeah, man. Crackheads get dehydrated, Felicia. You gotta like hook them up with some water. You know what I mean? And it's pretty standard. Like they're not gonna have tools. You know, they sold all their tools. If they had yard cleaning tools, they're not crackhead enough to really like, you know what I mean? Like I'll just hire a professional. Are you a professional and you have yard tools? Well, then you're not doing this because you're a crackhead. You're doing this because you're trying to make a living. Now, if they're asking you for tools, that is a sign that they are a crackhead because they sold all of their tools or they never had them and they will do anything. They will clean up a yard just as quick as they will clean up a toilet, just as quick as they will suck a dick. Okay. Calceep gifted 5 memberships, people. Yeah, like if your local crackhead offers to clean up your yard and they have their own tools, snap a picture of them with your phone and just, have it there for when your neighbors go, man, fucking, you know what happened to me the other day? Some fucking crackhead broke into my fucking garage and took my tools. Right? So you just, so at least you have the picture ready. You know what I mean? You go, was it this guy? I don't know. I didn't see him. I bet it was this guy. Take this to the cops. I got you. Here. There you go. I sent it to you. Whoop. Whoop. That's my iPhone sending sound effect. So yeah, what I'm thinking, man, maybe just go over Kyle Sharkey's tweets for the most part and discuss what we see here. Because there's a lot. I mean, a lot. So FOIA and find out, Emily C calls it. I love it. So Kyle Sharkey's posting some old TB Daily News articles. Canton cover up part 9. Woman in house where O'Keefe was murdered is Beth Israel Milton nurse Sarah Levinson. Name was intentionally misspelled by Trooper Proctor on police report. Can't cover up part 10. Jennifer McCabe hired boomer mobster attorney Kevin Reddington, who claims she passed a polygraph test. So yeah, we'll come back to these. I like this because I think what this is going to do is show some context to some of the stuff in the FOIA. Nicola, thank you so much. We have good crackheads. They work hard. We look after our crackheads too. Well, I've never did it, but if you get too chewy, I love you so much. I don't get what any of that last part meant at all. Okay, but thank you. I appreciate it, Nicola. We love you here. We have good crackheads, but I'm not gonna I'm not gonna spend a lot of time breaking that down, even though I'm trying to understand it. So this is amazing. So right here, this is great. I mean, like, I have the shit like right here. like I have the shit right here. I just figure, I'll just go over Kyle Sharkey's posts. Like, let's do the cliff notes, folks. Okay. Glare Institute of Law and stuff. Okay. We give you cliff notes. It's okay to use cliff notes. It's okay to Google your answers. It's okay to absolutely and totally copy your partner, copy your neighbor. Absolutely and totally. You can absolutely cheat to get your law degree here at the Glare Institute of Law and stuff. Cheating requires effort, and we appreciate effort here. Okay? All right. So here's an email from Kevin O'Hara, sent Tuesday, January 30th, 2023, to Adam Lally, Brian Tully, and the subject, Karen Reed photos. Good afternoon. CERT did not take any photos of the items recovered. Thank you. Respectfully, Lieutenant Kevin O'Hara, badge number 3042, Massachusetts State Police. Awesome. So the CERT team did not take any photographs of items recovered. And why would they say that? Listen, bro, okay? Don't make me, I already timed somebody out before the stream even started. Don't make me start acting like fucking Auntie Deb up in this bitch, and I start timing people out for saying dumb things like they know it all when they don't know shit, okay? Fucking crazy glue isn't going to cut it, all right? If you have x-ray vision or automatically fucking know what's underneath this tape and what the malfunction actually is, then you don't get to tell me what's going to hold it together and what isn't. Okay? Okay? Jesus. People are killing me, man. Okay, so the items recovered, but they did take pictures, though. That's what I don't get it. CERT team showed up. Weren't there pictures? I mean, there's pictures all over the fucking the snow of taillight, shoes. So why is there an email saying that there were no pictures taken of items recovered? Those items were recovered, were they not? Donkey's Noggin, thank you so much. It's a Cuban fix. Get it together, people. Thank you. Thank you. It's not just Cuban, but yes, pretty much. Oh, okay. So this is basically saying that it wasn't. Now we're getting somewhere. So the implication here is like, okay, well, it's CERT's job. It's CERT's job to take the pics, right? Isn't that what they're there to do? Basically, to recover evidence, search, recover, document evidence. CERT team didn't take any pics, though, but they were there. And here they are in an email sending to Brian Tully and Adam Lally. And Brian Tully's in this email with Adam Lally. That's a lot to break down, too. So basically, the CERT team is going, we didn't take any pics. There are pictures, right? There's pictures of taillights and shoes in the snow. But the people whose job it was to take the pics didn't take the pics, but somebody did. And so it's interesting that Tully is CC'd in this email. Because, I mean, who took the pics? Now, Now, right, that's what I'm feeling like. That's what I'm feeling like. Now, I'm wondering, were any of the witnesses asked in trial 1 or trial 2 who took pictures? Who took those pictures? I feel like that's a standard question that would have been asked. I just don't remember. But was there a point where Alan Jackson was cross-examining someone and said, so who took the pictures? So Tully took the pictures. We know for a fact that Tully took the pictures. Did he testify in court that he took the pictures? Is it documented somewhere where I'm missing that he took the pictures? Yeah, well, everybody's been posting those pictures. I'm just saying. Right, okay. So it's not search's job because search is search and rescue, meaning they're supposed to be looking for bodies and such, right? So why is the CERT team out there looking for evidence? Now, I at the same time, I don't know, man. Like, I feel like I don't feel like that's an issue as much as everybody else thinks it is. You know, like if it's their job, if it's their job to search for things, that's what they had at the time. My issue is, why did it happen at 6 a.m. or 6 p.m. the following day? That's what I want to know. Technically not the following day, but pretty much the following day. I mean, how many hours was that out there without being barricaded and without being preserved? I mean, how many hours since the alleged incident, since John O'Keefe's body was taken away to the hospital? Yeah. 12 hours ish. Right. Yeah. Because, I mean, Canton PD first responded at 6 a.m., just after 6 a.m., January 29th, 2022. It wasn't until 6 p.m. that the CERT team shows up. So, let's see what this next one is. This one just says, let's see, Trooper Michael Proctor and Jennifer and Matthew McCabe's daughters. Oh, these are pictures. Wow. They're redacted, but apparently these are Facebook photos showing Trooper Proctor with Jennifer and Matthew McCabe's daughters. Interesting. Trooper Proctor, mother in white. Trooper Proctor's mother and Proctor's sister, Colin Albert. Wow. And Jennifer and Matthew McCabe's daughter. Okay. Trooper Michael Proctor, far left. Proctor's sister, bride, Colin Albert, young boy. I mean, so they tried to say that. Now, this is, again, right here. I mean, yeah, I'm pretty sure Turtle Boy has probably shown those pictures too. But oh, those are the wedding pics. Okay, yeah, we have seen all those. But they denied that those were Jennifer McCabe's daughters. Oh yeah, they already determined it was murder, and they already determined that it was Karen by 7 a.m. Know Thy Enemy. Thank you so much, Glare. I love the t-shirt. The lead singer of that group also starred in movies called Log Jammin' with co-star Bunny LaJola. Yeah, familiar with Log Jammin'. I'm very familiar. It's the movie where he fixes the cable, I think. Yeah, so I think Turtle Boy already had those pictures up. Let's see what this one is. What is how does Kyle Sharkey set this one up? Doesn't set it up at all, but let's read it. So this is from Gerald Collins to Brian Tully and Leonard Coppenrath. Thank you for the update, Brian. You and the team keep up the great work. Respectfully, Captain Gerald P. Collins. Let's see. And this is from Brian Tully. Good morning. I want to keep you updated on the progress of the Karen Reed case. We are gathering everything that is needed for the May 25th evidentiary hearing. We have retained an outside digital expert to review the phone data of Jennifer McCabe and support Trooper Guadino's findings that the Google search of Haslong to Die in Cold occurred at 6:30 and not 2:35 as the defense alleges. So let me read that one more time. We're gathering everything that is needed for the May 25th evidentiary hearing. We have retained an outside digital expert to review the phone data of Jennifer McCabe and support Trooper Guadino's findings. What that translates to, word for word, is we're paying a guy to come in and verify and say and double down on Trooper Guadino's bullshit fucking assessment of what went down with Jennifer McCabe's Google search. So exactly. That's exactly my point, Gen X Erica. How that translates simply is we're paying a fucking dude to come in and back up Guadino in court. And that would be Ian fucking Whiffen. With the help of Major Coppenrath, the lab is rushing the processing of John O'Keefe's sweatshirt. When we obtained the sweatshirt at the hospital, only a quick examination was conducted before it was placed in an evidence. But Sergeant Buchanan did not see any large tears or evidence of a dog bite. A close examination by the lab will hopefully yield physical paint or plastic. The lab produced a criminalistics report regarding the pieces of now hold on, before I get into the taillight, let's talk about this here. When we obtained the sweatshirt at the hospital, only a quick examination was conducted before it was placed in an evidence. As evidence, I think he meant to write, but Sergeant Bukaki did not see any large tears or evidence of a dog bite. So right there, that is, let me bring that back up. That right there is very interesting because that is, if you remember this little moment in court right here? Remember this?
What could be more egregious? What could be more misleading than that? And what could be more important?
Okay. So what Bob Alessi is referring to there is the fact that they tried to say, or at least Brennan tried to say, that all of these tears that happened on the back of John's sweatshirt happened by the asphalt and by the road when he was hit. But it turns out it was done in the lab for whatever reason. So here, this confirms that right there. That is just more evidence of what happened at that moment in court, because it's saying there was no actual large visible tears. So this is just kind of solidifying what happened in court that day. The lab produced a criminalistics report regarding the pieces of taillight that were recovered from the scene. The finding of the report is the pieces fit together and fit into the remainder of the taillight that was removed from Miss Reed's vehicle after it was seized. The lab produced a criminalistics report regarding the pieces of taillight that were recovered from the scene. The finding of the report of the pieces is the pieces fit together and fit into the remainder of the taillight that was removed from Miss Reed's vehicle after it was seized. The taint team process of Miss Reed's phone is moving along. Chris Kelly's team at the AGO has the data and is working on it. When he has removed the privileged material, it goes to Attorney Yannetti before it gets to us. I would bet Yannetti will stall on approving it, but luckily we are back in court. We are back in court in a few weeks to make an argument to the judge. Okay, so the privilege material. Okay, I got it. So there's nothing really, I mean, I'm not catching anything really damning about those last two paragraphs in this email here, but you know, I mean, the thing is like I could sit here and talk about the taillight, but we already know about the taillight. We know what happened with the taillight. We already, you know what I mean? There's no need to go over that for like the 100th time since before the first trial. Let's see here. And here is Aiden asking questions here. Let's see. The email originated from a sender outside of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts mail system. Do not click on links or open attachments unless you recognize the sender and know the content is safe. And so this is an email that Aiden, Turtle Boy, Mr. Media, sent to Mr. Procopio, and if Aiden goes live tonight, I'm sure he'll be able to explain who that is. I'll be watching because I don't know who that is. But it says, the director of media communications at the Massachusetts State Police. That makes sense. So here's Aiden. He writes an email to the director of the Massachusetts media communications of the Massachusetts State Police, which all I had to do was actually read the fucking heading, and I would have gotten that at the start of this. This is sent on May 16th, 2023, just after midnight. Mr. Procopio, I am contacting you on behalf of Turtle Boy Daily News to inquire about the following questions regarding Detective Michael Proctor of the Massachusetts State Police. Do the state police have a policy about detectives or troopers? Now, when was this? 2023. About detectives or troopers investigating crimes in which they are family or friends with at least one party involved. Who decides which detectives will be assigned to each case? How did Michael Proctor get chosen to investigate the death of John O'Keefe on January 29th, 2022? Was Michael Proctor off duty when he began investigating the O'Keefe murder in Canton? Are the state police aware of allegations made against Proctor in the case of the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed? That he lied about not knowing the McCabe and Albert families of Canton? Are the state police aware that Proctor misspelled the names of at least 4 witnesses in an official murder investigation report? Will the state police be correcting these mistakes? Have the state police investigated whether or not these were accidents, a huge coincidence, or intentional misspellings? Are the state police investigating discrepancies between Proctor's report that he towed Karen Reed's car from her parents' home in Dighton at 5:30 p.m. on January 29th, 2020. Well, he put 2002 here by accident. January 29th, 2022, and video footage showing the car being towed at 4:12 p.m. Yeah, so this is interesting. Let me go back here to, and then I'll read the last one before I start going back on these. Are the state police concerned that Proctor's lack of credibility in the Karen Reed case will affect the Commonwealth's case against Brian Walsh? I love that. So hold on, let me drink some water here. Oh my God, what is wrong? Oh my God, I've been doing this too much. It's the YouTube related injury. I'm sorry. I love my boy, dude, but that shit is the funniest shit in the world, bro. Dude, I'm never gonna let that slide, bro. I love my homie, dude, but I'm never gonna let that slide, dude. Dude, listen, man. He's my boy, dude. Like, what kind of a friend would I be if I didn't tell this dude, you've been to jail, bro? You can't let people hear you say things like, I got a YouTube-related injury from drinking fucking ice water, bro. You can't let people hear you say that shit, bro. You've been to jail, dog. You've been to the county for 2 months. You can't let people hear you talk like that, dude. Please. Oh my God. Oh shit. 1977, Felicia, thank you so much. You had my husband and I crying laughing about that. I need a turtle boy reaction to that. Oh man. I don't know if I look forward to that or not. You ain't tough. Oh my God. No, man. Like, no, that's just, yeah, I can't do it. I can't do it. I just can't overlook that shit. I just can't. Like, I can't. But nevertheless, he did ask excellent fucking questions here because this is why we love him. Who decides which detectives? Right. Excellent. We want to know who decides this shit. And it's not fucking random because there's more stuff here that comes out that shows that the shit's not fucking random. And so and I wonder, yeah, this misspelling of 4 witnesses, like, are they going to fix that shit? Is that something that do you guys not take documents that are designed to be evidence presented in court? Are you not concerned with the accuracy of these documents at all? Especially witnesses? Like, are you fucking kidding? And I love this because he clearly lied about about knowing the McCabe's and the Alberts. Donkey's Noggin, thank you. TB was correct. Yes. I mean, yeah. Like, I mean, he's right. This is all before. I mean, dude, Jesus Christ. And I'm terrible, dude. Like, this is all one big fucking time clump for me. And I don't even remember when the first trial started. Right. So this one, the discrepancies between Proctor's report that he towed Karen Reed's car from her parents' home in Dighton at 5:30 on January 29th, 2022, and video footage showing the car being towed at 4:12. Right. I mean, this is great because he fucking lied about that, and we know it was towed at 4. So, and we know that he lied about this, to explain the lack of fucking the time discrepancy of going all the way to fucking Canton. Because they tried to say that Canton was the most convenient place to take the vehicle. Why? It was convenient for them to take the vehicle so that they could fuck up the taillight. Sure. But it's not convenient for anyone else. Sure as fuck wasn't convenient for Karen Reed. And I love this because I remember talking about this myself. Are the state police concerned that Proctor's lack of credibility in the Karen Reed case will affect the Commonwealth's case against Brian Walsh? Which it did end up affecting that case, but Brian Walsh still got found guilty because, I mean, what are you going to do? You know what I mean? Brian Walsh totally did that shit. But I was seriously concerned about that. I remember myself, like when I first was like, dude, this guy, wait a second, this is the same guy? What? This guy totally did that shit. What are they going to do? Let's see this one here. And you got to remember, man, I mean, Aiden was asking those questions back in 2023. Every one of those questions turned out to be very, very relevant. Very relevant. So this is from Gerald Collins, sent on May 30th, 2023 to Brian Tully and Leonard Coppenrath. Or, well, that's just a thank you. This is actually from Tully to Coppenrath. And it says here, in an effort to keep you updated on this case, we are made aware today that someone posted Judge Beverly Cannoni's address in the comments of a Turtle Boy, I guess, or phone number in Turtle Boy's Facebook post. It appears that the address property belongs to the judge. Also in the posts, there is a reference to the judge knowing the brother of a witness. Ooh. The trial court security was advised, and they will be handling the threat assessment. Turtle Boy has not picked up on the comment. I don't know what that means. Turtle Boy has not picked up on the comment. Oh, on the comment left about the address? Oh, that's wild. Translation, Turtle Boy is responsible for deleting comments we don't like. So that's what Turtle Boy said in the comments there about what that translates to. That's very interesting. I find this very interesting because wasn't it initially denied that house had anything to do with Beverly Cannoni? And wasn't it initially denied that there was any relation to the person who left the comment. And I mean, because they had a whole hearing over it. I remember this. They had a whole hearing over it. I wish I knew which hearing it was. So does anyone know where, like, how do I even search for that? Because I want to watch that hearing. Because I feel like there's more to break down from this. And I want to know what was said in that hearing when they discussed it. Oh, the motion to recuse Beverly Cannoni. Fervent did a video 3 weeks ago about it. Dreamfeed Media did a video about it. This might be it. Because I just want the hearing. I don't want all the commentary with it. Let me see if I don't think this is it. This is the motion to recuse. I'm almost positive this isn't it because I'm pretty sure I was in the courtroom for this one. Oh, this is the Farwell thing. Yeah, I was. I was sitting right behind Betterow there. Okay. That's not what I'm looking for, though. I mean, I'll settle for Fervent's. I don't like to say it like that because I think Fervent's fucking awesome. It's just that I don't want the commentary, but let's watch this real quick because I'm curious. It's the best I got right now. But stop what you're doing right now. Go give Fervent's video a like because Fervent's fantastic.
Set a baseline for discussion about a motion of this nature. I think we had to go back to some predicate rules in court and predicate rules in the justice system. The cornerstone of a just and an equitable system lies in the belief that every single individual that appears before the court has the same right to a fair trial. Chief among those rights enshrined in the Constitution here in Massachusetts and the Constitution in the United States is the impartiality and neutrality of the judiciary. That's why we're here today. Anything less than that, and the system is rendered completely iniquitous. It's morally broken. But fairness and impartiality by the court is not enough. In other words, the court can't simply affirm that it's fair, that it's unbiased after doing some soul searching. That simply won't do under the current law in Massachusetts and the current law in the United States. For a motion of this sort, It's not our burden to establish that this court is actually biased or actually partial in some way, and we are not making that argument. I want to be very clear about that. Rather, the Code of Judicial Ethics mandates disqualification of any jurist in any proceeding in which either the judge cannot be impartial or the judge's impartiality might reasonably be questioned by a member of the public. In other words, or in the words of the appeals court, quote, actual impartiality alone is not enough. Our decisions, and those of the Supreme Judicial Court, have commented often and in a variety of contexts on the importance of maintaining not only fairness, but also the appearance of fairness in every judicial proceeding. And it's that latter point, or that latter rule, that brings us to court today. We have, through our motion practice, presented facts and circumstances that would and have given reasonable, disinterested members of the public a basis to doubt this court's fairness and doubt this court's impartiality. Again, that does not mean, and we are not stating or averring, that this court is not fair or impartial. Only the court knows the answer to that question. But the facts we've presented unquestionably are such that the public might, and that's the key word, the public might doubt the court's fairness in some regard. And that's all that's required for this court to do the right thing and step aside from this case. Those facts which we have averted, which we've presented, all of which are public, it's not anything that we've supplied to the court which isn't already in the public discourse, include the following things. Number one, the court's, at this point, pretty routine practice of not ruling on important defense motions in a timely fashion. We have a motion before the court currently that I believe, if I counted correctly, as of today is 87 days old, and the court has not ruled on that motion. That's an important motion for us. It's a motion to compel, and it deals with physical evidence. But the court still has yet to rule. That is, in no small part, patently detrimental to the defense, to our moving forward with the defense case and our preparation. And it's a predicate of a fair judiciary, that decisions are made promptly and without any undue delay. That's contrasted, Your Honor, against the court regularly, apparently, ruling on motions that directly benefit the Commonwealth. Like when the court immediately ruled from the bench and granted 2 motions to quash subpoenas that favored Ryan Albert and Jennifer McCabe.
The SJC has been very careful to protect the interests of innocent third parties, third-party record holders like Ryan Albert, who are involved in the case because...
I'm actually really glad that I went over this because this is very informative. Thank you, Fervent.
defense attorneys decided to make them involved. If the mere fact that the defense gets to decide who is going to be important in their case allows them to then create this new procedure, every defense attorney that wants to examine and what I describe as depose a witness will be able to issue Rule 17 summons and then a Rule 1781 summons that says, by the way, we're going to take your live testimony.
You know, you can have as much entertainment as you want in a motion, and you can entertain the public, but
this fucking guy, dude. Listen, y'all can kiss my ass. I like Kevin Reddington, bro. I like Kevin Reddington. I think he's just doing his job, but and I think he actually likes all of us. I know he likes me. But I think he likes everybody here. I really do. Like, I think he even likes Turtle Boy. Like, I think he even likes Turtle Boy.
this is not what the goal of Rule 17 is. You can entertain at the time of the trial. You can present witnesses at the time of the trial. You can cross-examine and confront the witnesses at the time of the trial, not in Rule 17. Rule 17, as counsel has argued, is limited to the bare bones, if you will, production of things, as the statute makes reference to, objects that have been indeed produced by Ms. McCabe. She has been cooperating with the government every step of the way. She has provided her testimony, as any good citizen would do. She's provided her statements to the police.
Mazza, you're right. Kevin Reddington totally backs me up about the shoe, bro.
Provided her testimony to the grand jury. She's been interviewed a number of occasions by police officers, detectives, the government. She's done everything that she should do and should not be subject to, obviously, a spurious, if you will, summons to put her on that witness stand with the sole purpose and event, hoping to embarrass, hoping to obviously intimidate her as a witness. So I would ask the court to allow the motion to quash the subpoena just as Mr. Hannigan.
All right. So Mr. Albert's attorney says today that this court should just affidavits and make a ruling.
The cerebral.
I posit to the court, how are you supposed to do that? How are you supposed to evaluate competing affidavits and then resolve issues that are strictly focused on credibility? The only way that you can do that, Your Honor, is by having those witnesses come to court, testify before
you can see Aiden back there,
and then you make findings of fact, which would allow you to then make rulings of law on the Rule 17 motion. So we start at a baseline of our expert needs to testify, their expert needs to testify. In fact, we intend to call their expert as a witness first. And when I say expert, I'm talking about Trooper Garino, which is the witness that we have been provided notice of right from the beginning, where we've just been notified at the last minute of the Commonwealth now trying to retain an outside expert, apparently feeling that Trooper Garino is not right now, where we have been provided notice of right from the beginning.
Kill me. Hold on, I gotta slow that down. Just to add context, this was the very first words uttered by Trooper Guarino when on the stand here.
We're beginning. Beginning.
So yeah, as soon as he sits on the stand, he says, "Kill me." This is the same guy that missed pretty much all of the evidence that proves Matthew Farwell had motive to murder Sandra Birchmore.
We've just been notified at the last minute of the Commonwealth now trying to retain an outside expert, apparently feeling that Trooper Guarino is not adequate. So,
yeah.
Rule 17 is about the third parties. It's designed to protect those people who, by no fault of their own and no conduct of their own, become involved in the matter, either as a witness or bystander or what have you. That's exactly what's happened in this case. And so rather than trying to meet the burden, after hundreds of pages of affidavits, supporting documents, what it boils down to is a phone call that was placed and never answered and no communication. And they're trying to use that plus all of the other window dressing to suggest that that allows the court to order a subpoena for a third party to turn over their personal effects. And that is not what Rule 17 stands for. I just ask that the court take this into consideration, even though it's not part of the opposition memo.
No, I'll take a copy of that. Thank you.
Talk about a regurgitation of the same tired, factually incorrect theory. That's exactly what we heard today. That's exactly what Mr. Lally was citing. He literally read it from a paper that he's clearly had for some time. It's the exact recitation of the same facts that he's used over and over and over, and they are factually incorrect. He indicates none of the facts that we've cited in our moving papers are supported by any evidence. That's absolutely incorrect. That's absolutely incorrect. For instance, Jennifer McCabe. He said Jennifer McCabe was not up all night. There's no evidence whatsoever that Jennifer McCabe was up all night, except for her Apple Health data, which shows that she was up all night. We didn't make that data up. That data came right
the
from
phone records.
Cell phone extraction that was conducted in no small part by their own expert. And then we conducted by our own expert. How about the fact that she was actually on the phone searching? The Safari data establishes that not only was she up all night,
right,
but the phone and Safari was being manipulated during those times at 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning. These are unassailable facts, unassailable data, directly from the Celebrite extraction. These aren't, as Mr. Lally likes to say,
unassailable.
He's got that written down somewhere, obviously. He said that just about every year. There's nothing fanciful about any of the facts that we submitted and have supported with affidavits and evidence. The Commonwealth's theory, quite to the converse, is supported by nearly nothing. Nothing. Everything that we've suggested is supported by the data, the evidence, and the facts. The Commonwealth's theory is supported by conjecture and really bad policing. For those records, there was no delay for that request.
Here we go.
Please turn off your audio.
Wow. Is this the
best laid plans, right?
Is this the free my boy Billy Tibbetts? Is that what that happened?
For the request that I just mentioned about the quashal motions, there was no delay by this court. The court made the rulings from the bench, and that made the public, in public commentary, question the court's motives. In fact, the court has unilaterally sought to even advance certain motions that the Commonwealth has prohibited. May I?
Try again. Sure.
The court has unilaterally sought to advance motions that have been advanced by the Commonwealth while still not ruling on motions that we've had before the bench for not just days or weeks, but now months. And it's the disparity in that treatment. Look, I don't disregard the fact that the court is a very busy court, that the court is a supervising court. The court has a lot of balls in the air. It's the disparity between the court's rulings in terms of the Commonwealth's motions and the defense motions that I think give the public pause, and that's where we need to start our analysis. Number two, the court seems to have deviated from the normal course of procedure, in this case, in order to specifically stay on the Karen Reed case. And the court only made that known, but it was known to us, to the defense, after the Commonwealth filed a request to gag the defense. The optic is that the court had or has a personal interest in ruling on that particular gag motion, which is on calendar today, and wants to keep control over this case. That move has also prompted the public to raise questions about the court's fairness. Why is that happening? And it has eroded public confidence in the system, at least insofar as this case is concerned. Number three, the court outright denied Ms. Reed a full and fair opportunity to be heard, if the court recalls, the last time we were here on a critical Rule 17 motion. And that motion was from records, importantly, from the very same family that now claims to have a personal interest and a personal relationship with this court. Troublesome allegations, troublesome claims by the family at the very least. And that brings me to the final point and dovetails into that final point. Sean McCabe, a member of the McCabe family and a brother-in-law of Jennifer McCabe, whom we have argued in this court, should have at least been a suspect. Or
You're going to show that this way, Ms. Little. Why don't you show it to me? Thank you.
Sean McCabe made a claim to a reporter in public, claiming to have a personal relationship with this court. And he tried to prove it.
I think this is really what set Bev off. I think this is the day that her disdain for Karen Reed and Alan Jackson specifically was solidified. This is the day that I think that happened. Personally.
By citing to the fact that Sean McCabe knows personal information about the judge, which is extremely troubling, about a beach home, not just the fact that the court may own one, but exactly where it is. His words were, after Sean McCabe's words were, after receiving a question from the reporter, do you really have a line to Judge Cannoni? His answer was, Auntie Bev, and I mean no disrespect, I'm quoting, Auntie Bev, whose seaside cottage do you think we're going to bury your corpse under? Extremely troublesome dialogue.
This is what they do to me, a complete stranger who is simply reporting on all this. He says that we're going to bury my corpse at the home of Judge Beverly Cannoni, who he is now calling Auntie.
Right.
Oh, believe me, this is all going to the defense. They're all going to be receiving this. And I will be writing about this.
But it's not just the threat that's inherent in the dialogue. That's on one level. It's the fact that this person claimed to know that this court may own a beachside cottage somewhere. Your Honor, I will say I've appeared before hundreds. At this point, I'm getting old. I may have appeared before thousands.
Yeah, I think so
too. In my 30-year career, I've never, ever known where a single one of them has ever lived, or property they may or may not have owned. But Sean McCabe appears to know, and he appears to intimate that he knows the details of this court's personal life. And it was his family that benefited by the cancellation of the evidentiary hearing, and it was his family that benefited from the court's quashal of our subpoenas. That claim by a McCabe family member of a personal connection to this court has been the fodder, Your Honor, of myriad public comments and questions about this court's ability to maintain fairness over this particular proceeding.
Now, Alan Jackson earlier made a great point, where, because the thing is you don't want to go and accuse the judge of impropriety, right? That's a bad idea. It's a real bad idea. You don't want to do that. So what he does is he goes and he states a law or a statute or whatever, saying that there is, if the judge is displaying improprieties or whatever, I don't know how it's worded, I can't remember, but then says, or the appearance of impropriety. If there is an appearance of impropriety, then the judge needs to recuse himself. And then he makes it a point to say it's the latter. It's the appearance that we're concerned about here. We're not out here saying that there's some dirty shit going on. We're not there. We're just saying this looks real bad. The public sure as fuck doesn't like it. And it's only fair to my client that they get a fair trial here. So, and it's great that Alan Jackson fucking put that out there. You know, it didn't faze her one bit. It just made her, bitter and pissy.
That weren't enough, the defense has just recently received information that another witness, a similar witness for the prosecution, by the name of Julie Nagel, who was in Julie Nagel, Nagel.
Good morning.
How you doing?
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Yep, it's Juliana Nagel, Nagel.
Who was inside the house at 34 Fairview on the night of John Recuse's death. Apparently some 5 months after John's murder, and this is all public. We didn't have to do any digging and searching with subpoenas or otherwise. This was all public information. She used a Venmo app to pay for what appears to be a beach house rental, and the recipient on the Venmo payment reads Frank Beverly. And that's a public payment. It was there for all the world to see. And as soon as the reporter picked up on that, which is how we found out about it, and publicized that, she immediately took that payment down and took it off the internet. Obviously, I have no indication whatsoever, and I do not stand before this court suggesting that there's a connection.
I can't see that one, Ms. Little.
This is simply a screenshot.
Could you bring it closer? I have not seen the previous one, Ms. Little, just called up. I know you put the other one with your.
What you're looking at is a screenshot of her having taken down that Venmo payment. after it became publicized, which obviously looks somewhat suspicious on her part. These are all instances that have been subject of public discourse, not just the defense team sitting in a room pontificating. Every single one of these instances has been something that has been in the public discourse. And the public is questioning this court's ability to maintain fairness given the panoply of information that is now before it, all in public documents that we happen to be privy to because we're part of the public as well, nothing that we had to do any deep searching for. Your Honor, there has been an undeniable erosion of public confidence in this court's ability to be fair. But let me be very, very clear. The decision to recuse or disqualify a court due to the appearance of impartiality is not an indictment of this court's competence.
Right.
It is not an indictment of this court's character.
Right.
Nowhere close, and we do not aver that at all. Rather, the decision should be an expression of the unwavering commitment that this court has to justice, to fairness, to the rule of law. That's all. By taking this principled stance, the court will be safeguarding the core tenets of our justice system. Actual impartiality is not enough to deny this motion. If there's even an appearance of partiality, this court, according to the law and to the rules of judicial ethics, must grant this motion and disqualify herself. We simply ask the court not to let this perception cast a dark shadow on the scales of justice and over Karen Reed's right to a fair trial. I'll submit.
Does the Commonwealth want to be heard?
Just briefly, Your Honor. Again, just briefly, as far as this court's impartiality, I personally do not, nor have I ever even had a question in my mind as far as the court's ability to remain fair and impartial in this or any other case. As it pertains to the standards,
I don't think they can hear you.
I so apologize.
No, I saw your client and I interrupted Mr. Lally.
Is it possible that you could address the court from the podium?
Yes.
Your Honor, let me start again. And first, I just want to impart that I personally do not, nor have I ever.
That's that's fucking AJ just getting in Lally's fucking head. That's what that is. I've never caught that before. But that is so AJ getting in Lally's fucking head. Right? It's beautiful. Like, you notice did you guys watch DTF St. Louis? Like at first I was like, this is the greatest show I've ever seen, and then like it turned into something and I was just like, this is fucking, what is this? Honestly, like it was like okay, but then it wasn't, you know. But anyway, in DTF St. Louis, there's the cops are interviewing this woman, and a way for her to be passive aggressive towards the cops when they would ask her questions is she would go, could you please speak up? And do it in a really condescending and shitty way. Like, could you speak up, please? Could you please speak up? I can't, you know? And right. Yeah, it did get weird. Right. And so this is him going, Your Honor, the guy is so timid. You know, this is Alan Jackson's way of using the court to tell Adam Lally that he sucks at this in comparison. That's what that was. That was Alan Jackson's way of passive aggressively using the court, very cleverly trolling, if you will, Adam Lally to let him know that he's out of his league. He's playing a dangerous game here because he's taking on one of the dopest fucking lawyers, if not the dopest fucking lawyer to ever walk American soil. So I feel like this was just AJ going, yeah, dude, nobody can fucking hear you because you don't have the confidence to speak up loud enough and go up against me. So I'm going to let the court know to make sure that you speak up loud enough so that I can fucking hear you. Otherwise, nobody can because nobody's listening to you anyway. Make people listen to you because nobody is. I love it. Fucking love AJ. I love that shit.
Ever had any questions, given a moment of pause in regard to this court's ability to be fair and impartial on this or any other case? As the court is well aware and was recently reiterated by the appeals court in the Mitchell case, there's two prongs as it applies to this. First, as counsel alluded to, the subjective determination by a judge, believing that they can be impartial.
Your Honor, can you make him stand at the podium where there's a fucking microphone so we can hear him.
Objective appraisal of whether this is a proceeding in which the court's impartiality might reasonably be questioned. And I think the operative word there is reasonable. The support of the motion, and let me be clear that whether the court, Your Honor, chooses to retain jurisdiction in this case, or passes to another judge to retain jurisdiction in this case, or passes from judge to judge as the judges rotate in and out of the session, really is of no consequence to the Commonwealth. But what I would say is that, again, that operative term being reasonable, and the three sort of key things the council seems to want to hang their hat on, is essentially the first being some conversation between two individuals who have literally nothing to do with this case, who talk about this case in an online discussion. And there's a great many things that are said in that online discussion, but we seem to be focusing on just this one thing and accepting this is true because this is what this person said. Whereas there are a great number of other sort of defamatory things that are said by this person, Mr. McCabe, in reference to this blogger. And we're not jumping to the conclusion that any of those things are true. I don't know whether they are or they aren't, but I'm just saying that we're focusing in on this one particular thing. From that attachment, the council filed as far as that conversation, which is appeared to be a true and accurate copy of that conversation, but it's not appeared to be a complete transaction of that conversation. But from what's attached, direct the court's attention to page 6, in which Mr. McCabe intimates in there that he doesn't really know anything about the case.
Okay.
Additionally, I would direct the court's attention to page 9. Well, I think it's pretty clear from there that the recipient of these communications, this blogger, doesn't even believe Mr. McCabe himself and his appearance that he knows the court, is familiar with the court, or has any influence over the court. And lastly, from that attachment, I direct the court's attention to page 11, in which it references earlier posts by this blogger about the judge. And that's, again, I think we're looking at this divorced from the context in which this communication arises. This is not something that Mr. McCabe just generates out of his own head, as far as, along with a litany of other assertions that he makes in reference to this blogger.
All right, whatever.
Do you want to respond, Mr. Jackson?
Very, very briefly. The only thing I would draw both the Commonwealth and the court's attention to is the person that made the statement, Sean McCabe, is related to Jennifer McCabe, his brother. He also didn't just throw sort of darts at an empty dartboard. He hit the target because he made a claim that he had a personal relationship with this court, or at least his family had a personal relationship with this court. And that turned out to be, at least some of the facts that he made, or that he's claimed in the post, turned out to be true. And we attached that. I'm going to be delicate about my comments here because it's sealed, and it should be sealed. That portion should be sealed or impounded. But it turns out that it's true, and the courts had access to, had an opportunity to see that. Also, with regards to the second post, it's also true in terms of the family members' names. It's not like they're just the family members' names. Okay. This court's family members' names, which I don't need to repeat here. But there is some fact-based information that troubled us because it turns out to be somewhat true. Now, the last thing that I'll say is that the Commonwealth's position was, it may not be true. There's a bunch of invectives in that string of communications between the investigative reporter and Sean McCabe, and half that stuff may be true. And Mr. Lally words were, I don't know if they're true. And that's the point. He doesn't know if they're true. I don't know if they're true. I hope they're not true.
He can't do that, Kevin from South Boston, because if he says, if it walks like a duck, talks like a duck, blah, 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 well, then what he's doing by saying that, he's strongly implying that Judge Beverly Cannoni is corrupt and that she has a bias in this case because she knows the witnesses and has a personal relationship with the witnesses. So he can't flat out accuse her of that. You know what I mean? And he certainly can't flat out accuse her of that, but he also can't, even strongly imply, which is what that would have been. No, I mean, he's right. He's right. Like, I mean, dude, look at the judge, whatever the fuck her name was in the Kelsey Fitzsimmons thing, man. The one who did end up either being recused or recusing herself. I mean, you look at the way she behaved in that, and I mean, but that is impropriety. This is just the appearance of impropriety. But even still, the appearance of impropriety is just as valid, according to that statute. So
I desperately hope that what Sean McCabe said is not true, but it doesn't matter what I think. It only matters what the public perceives might be the case. And the word might is in the rule. It doesn't have to be the case. But a reasonable person looking at this from the outside looking in, if they're disinterested, might they think that the court has some relationship that would compromise the court's ability to be fair. That's enough. And at that point, it triggers this court's requirement to disqualify itself. That's all. We're not suggesting that the court is not fair, nor impartial.
Right.
Sorry, nor partial. We're suggesting that the public may perceive it that way, and they reasonably have perceived it that way. And also,
Okay,
And we have.
2:35. I'm going to take a 15, 20-minute words that were shown here today. That I have some relationship with a man named Sean McCabe, and that therefore I have a connection to this case, and therefore I have a bias in favor of the Commonwealth. That simply is not the truth.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay. So now let's go back to this where it says, we are made aware today that someone posted Judge Beverly Canoni's address in the comments of a Turtle Boy Facebook post. Now, this is before this hearing. What's the date of this hearing? Does he post that here? Let me look in the description. No, it just says find me on X. Was there a... Is there a date here? July 25th, 2023. July 25th, 2023, and this email was sent in May of 2023. So 2 months before that hearing, this email was sent. Okay? And that's where it says. Now, that's 2 months before the hearing. Okay? Now, let's hear what she says here. Right after I read this, let me read this again. We were made aware. This is Detective Lieutenant Tully. We were made aware today that someone posted Judge Beverly Canoni's address in the comments of a Turtle Boy Facebook post. It appears the property belongs to the judge. Also in the post, there is a reference to the judge knowing the brother of a witness. The trial court security was advised that they will be handling the threat assessment. We were made aware today that someone posted. Now, it appears the property belongs to the judge. Also in the post, there is a reference to the judge knowing the brother of a witness. All right, let me be very careful here because I misread that the first time. All this says here is that the property does belong to the judge. Now, anybody could have said that, right? And Sean McCabe could have just looked that up and just been like, whatever. But she does not admit to knowing Sean McCabe, or at least Tully does not say that, okay, the judge does know Sean McCabe. He doesn't say anything about that here. All he says is that the property does belong to Beverly Canoni. Let's see what Beverly Canoni's response is, though, to this. In July, 2 months after that email.
You are unmuted.
And if you see the closed session.
Right, we're back on the Karen Reed matter, 22-117.
All right, thank you. So I appreciate the arguments of counsel. I've considered those arguments. I've considered the pleadings, the motion, the attached affidavits, the big pack of attachments to the motions. I've considered those placards that were shown here today. A couple of them I haven't seen before. So the defendant raises 4 discussion points in their motion. There's some claim delay in my rendering decisions. There's dissatisfaction with adverse rulings and alleged impropriety of retaining jurisdiction. But notably, there's some allegation
Why should
that
you
I
out of
have
breath?
some relationship with a man named Sean McCabe, and that therefore I have a connection to this case, and therefore I have a bias in favor of the Commonwealth. That simply is not the truth. I can assure.
Okay, see how she took that so personally? How many times did you hear AJ go, we are not saying that the court is biased. We're not saying that the court is playing favorites here. We're not saying any of that. We're just saying that the public might have a problem with the appearance because the appearance is there. The public might take issue with that appearance.
with a man named Sean McCabe, and that therefore I have a connection to this case, and therefore I have a bias in favor of the Commonwealth. That simply is not the truth. I can assure all parties that I don't know Sean McCabe. As far as I know, I have never spoken to him or had any contact with him.
She said you didn't know him. No.
I've never interacted with him, and I certainly never have socialized with him or with any family members or any witnesses whose names have been said here in court or in the pleadings. And this last one, I think the person's name on the placard that was held up was Julie Nagel. I do not know her. I have never rented my house down the Cape to anybody, and I don't spell my name the way it was spelled on the placard, and I think counsel are well aware of that.
Seriously?
And doesn't that underscore the fact that anybody can say or write anything and try to make it the basis of a motion to recuse? And I think it points out that this motion to recuse is not credible. There's no actual lack of impartiality.
No, all right, I'll hear you at sidebar.
There is no reasonable or credible appearance of lack of impartiality.
There is clearly a reasonable appearance of a credible lack of impartiality. There's clearly that. What are you talking about?
And I want to make it very clear that I reject the notion that untrue and unsubstantiated rumors spread on the internet can force a judge to recuse herself from a case. Simply because someone plays with my name or gives credence to those who do. By holding up a placard, you can't create a reasonable and credible appearance of lack of impartiality.
She has a real problem with the presentation. Like, we made a placard just so you can see it. It's massive, and it's about the size of the wall art that the Glairer ordered for his entire dining area wall. So it's just so you can see it. Like, the placard, one could argue, was a touch much. It was a gamble. You know what I mean? Like, to make this thing, and there's no jury there. You know, it was a bit hyperbolic. You know what I mean? Like, there's like, Judge, here, like, the placard, what it did was it created the appearance to the public that they were saying, Your Honor, this could look bad to the public. I mean, at the end of the day, that's just good fucking lawyering. That's what that shit is. But at the same time, it made Judge Beverly Cannoni mad because Judge Beverly Cannoni saw right through it. She saw exactly what it was, and it made her mad. And it set a lot of the tone, in my opinion, for her lack of impartiality throughout the last two trials, because this is before the first trial.
I'm sure counsel's aware that prior to me becoming a judge, I spent my entire professional career representing criminal defendants in very serious cases in the courts of Massachusetts. I know full well the importance of a fair and impartial judge. The Massachusetts Declaration of Rights makes sure that every citizen.
See, she is like on full defense mode. She is on full defense mode. She is straight up. I spent my whole career as a defense attorney before this. How dare you? How dare you even come into my courtroom with a big placard and imply and basically accuse me of impartiality or even the capability of being impartial, because I know the importance of a fair trial to a defendant. Okay. Yeah. Well, how important is that to you over family? That's my question. Doggy Zaga, thank you again. That's not gaslighting. That's jet fuel lighting.
Who appears before the court has a fair and impartial judge, and I know full well how to follow my oath and comply with my ethics.
Don't tell me how to be a judge. I know how to be a judge, Mr. Hollywood, Mr. Weinstein and Kevin Spacey attorney. I know exactly how things go here in Massachusetts, and you're in my backyard now, mister. That's all this is right here.
Ethical obligations. All 4 points raised in the defendant's motion are without merit. Your motion is denied. I will have written findings by the end of today summarizing what I've said here. And I will give you, Mr. Jackson,
and I'm giving you homework
to appeal this decision. How much time do you think you need? Yes.
She is fired the fuck up. If I'm David Yannetti right here, dude, if I'm the cerebral ninja, I'm telling Alan Jackson, I'm going, yo, dude, look how she's fucking mad. But he's not doing that. That's why he's David Yannetti and I'm not. Because what he's telling him is, this is how much time we need. This is what you tell her right here. This is how quick we can get that done.
Thank you for that invitation. We're not inclined to appeal at this point. We will,
All right, Mr. Yannetti, I will hear you. I'm sorry, Mr. Lally, I will hear you on the Commonwealth's motion to prohibit prejudicial extrajudicial statements of counsel.
Mr. California, think you can one-up me? When the prosecutors yell objection, I say sustained. Converse looks confusing. Oh well, that's the Commonwealth. I gotta leave at 3:30, and you can all go to hell. Beverly's Court, you don't wanna fuck with me. Even Spanky, here in Beverly's Court. Beverly's Court, you don't get double jeopardy. Even Miss Reed, trying in Beverly's Court. The truth is, I'm not going anywhere. It's Judge Bev, baby, and I'm here to stay. Yes, I am, and I have more people to protect and more defendants to put in debt. I'm the queen in this house of cards. It's Beverly's Court.
Yeah, she was mad as fuck.
With me, even Spanky, here in Beverly's Court. Beverly's Court, you don't get double jeopardy.
I think that Yannetti totally read her at that moment. He saw how fucking mad she was, and he was like, she's challenging you. I'm imagining him telling Alan Jackson in his ear at that moment, she's challenging you to a fight right now. An appeal won't do shit. If she wants us to appeal this so that she can reject it, and we're just wasting time if we do that. So we don't need to appeal. Sweet. All right, Fervent. Make sure to give Fervent a like, people. That was very well done. Appreciate you, Fervent. You're amazing. All right, so there's that. Okay, so from Steve Coate. Who the fuck is Steve Coate? From Adam Lally. That's just it's redacted. So who the fuck is Steve Coate? Hi, Mr. Lally. I am contacting you to let you know that you're a goddamn fucking moron. That's overreaching. I know the name Steve Coate. It's just there's so many fucking names that I can't remember who. Oh, he's the dead turtle guy. He's the fucking dickhead who Aiden thinks left the dead turtle on his parents' porch. Yeah. Fuck that guy. All right. So this is what he wrote to Adam Lally. Yeah, he's obviously psychotic. and he's believed to be the one who murdered the turtle. Yeah, that's really fucked up. Hi, Mr. Lally. I am contacting you to let you know that you're a goddamn fucking moron. That's overreaching. You are a complete and utter fucking joke and disgrace to the justice system and should resign and recuse yourself from the Karen Reed case. You've been made a joke, and that hurts your little fucking fragile ego, doesn't it? You know you don't have a case. You can't go around filing gag orders on Karen Reed speaking and kick Alan Jackson off the case because of what other people do, like Turtle Boy. You work for me, motherfucker, not for the McCabe's, not for the Alberts, no one in particular. Deep down, you know the state is going to lose. Your job is probably riding on this, and you have obviously greater ambitions. You are mentally ill and need to recuse yourself for the fourth time. What you gonna do? Come after me? Great. Have me barred from the Dedham courthouse? Do it, you little faggot. Here, I'll give you a picture. Okay, man. Jesus. I think it's safe to say that none of us sign off on that kind of shit. That doesn't help Karen Reed in any way. It sure as fuck doesn't help Turtle Boy in any way. Now, what is this? All right, I'm going to have to get closer to the mic for this one. Hold on. Closer to the screen, I mean. Okay, so this is from Julie. Okay, it doesn't say to who or from. Is it Julie Albert? Is that from Julie Albert or Julie Nagel? I don't know. I wanted to say I need to get glasses. Let me try my Crawford readers. These actually help. These actually help. I wanted to say thank you for the regards to statement the district attorney made last week, because my life is good. You ruined my Christmas. No, seriously, these are actually working. I'm going to have to get some cool. Let me clean these. I wanted to say thank you in regards to the statement that the district attorney made last week. I know you were going to make one regardless of my email, but I wanted to let you know that it was appreciated. This has been extremely difficult for everyone involved. I also wanted to inquire about some of the things that Aiden Carney, aka Turtle Boy, is doing that I feel may be illegal. Gee, I wonder what Julie that is. David Traub. This is going to David Traub. Also to Helena Rafferty. And to Andrea Campbell. Which is interesting. Starting with the masscourt.org site, Aiden Carney seems to have an attorney login to that portal. He is not an attorney, which leads me to believe he is using another attorney's credential username to access all the court documents in the O'Keefe case. Here's a picture of one of his blogs, which shows that he has access to the PDFs that are not publicly available on that site, and another picture showing what the site looks like to a regular citizen. Notice the first picture, there's an image icon available, and the second picture, there is not. My concern with this is that he is posting these documents when his blogs are not redacted from showing any personal information. The correct process for the public to obtain these specific court records is by going down to the courthouse itself and requesting them. When you do this, when you do it this way, the courthouse staff is able to. None of this is true. How the fuck did anybody go down to the courthouse to obtain these? Social security numbers, telephone numbers, and addresses, blah, 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 blah. If it's public record, you can access it. Stop it. He also has a minor, John O'Keefe's niece, whose name is not redacted from a few documents either. I do believe that the identities of one of these individuals has already been stolen as well. Double click on the images. Yeah, so they're just trying to throw him in jail. I also wanted to point out that when you log into the mass courts, there is an important notice before you are granted access. The statement is as follows. Be careful in your use and interpretation of the case and party information. Many people and entities have the same similar names or titles, and the case docket does not always contain enough information to accurately identify a specific individual. Misunderstanding, misinterpretation, and misidentifying party or case information can lead to unintended harmful outcomes of innocent people. Misuse of public information with a discriminatory outcome can be actionable. So yeah, they're just trying to get him thrown in jail here. Another situation I noticed was Aiden Carney recording one of the Massachusetts state troopers in the bathroom without his consent or knowledge. I am not sure if the trooper needs to speak back in the video in order for that to be illegal wiretapping, but wanted to make sure you were aware. And lastly, I have personally spoken to someone who has firsthand knowledge of Aiden Carney and Sean McDonough. Give us fucking McDonough! Working directly with the defense. I'm not sure if there are any laws pertaining to that, but thought it was noteworthy to share with you. With all that said, I am not sure any of this is actually illegal or enough to be charged with breaking any certain law. However, I feel something needs to be further looked into regarding this man and these issues. I feel like he is tampering with a murder investigation and taking advantage of his First Amendment rights, abusing the system, and making our judicial system look like it cannot be trusted. He will not stop. When does it end? Who decides how far this will go? Why is everyone so scared to charge this man? Please keep the email confidential, as I have shared this image of people's social security numbers. Thank you for your time. The reason why people are scared to charge this man, as you put it there, Julie Albert, because I'm 99% sure that's Julie Albert writing that email. The reason why is because you said so yourself in the very same paragraph. You said that he is taking advantage of his First Amendment rights. That's it. He has First Amendment rights. It's that simple. I don't know if any of this is illegal, but we don't like it, and it's hurting our feelings. And it's interesting that she wrote that, because it's not that he is tampering with a murder investigation or interfering with a murder investigation. He was interfering, if he was interfering at all. What he was interfering with was a frame up. It was a railroad job. What he was interfering with was injustice. Doing everything that he could to ensure that justice was served. Everything he could as a citizen, as a journalist, to ensure that justice was served. That's all he was doing. That's what he was doing. But I mean, we're talking about this. This is the same woman. This is the same woman who attacked Turtle Boy, snatched his phone out of his hand. Yeah. This is fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. Cupcakes for Justice gets gifted 5 memberships. Oh my God. Thank you so much, Cupcakes for Justice. One of the food stamp 5 is a Julie. Okay, that's fair. Thank you. Could have been her. Could have been her. I'm saying that I think it's Julie Albert. Oh, Jill Daniels snatched the phone, not Julie Albert. Julie Albert, got it. Sorry, I get them so confused. Jill Daniels is the one who snatched the phone. Jill Daniels is the one who spoke to Turtle Boy on the phone on the show. I remember now. I remember. Don't fucking lynch me. Yes, it was Jill Daniels. It was Jill Daniels. Jill Daniels. Thank you. I got it. But I'm still guessing that was Julie Albert. I still think it was Julie Albert. And here are some trooper notes. Trooper notes that they said didn't exist. Why were there no trooper notes presented in trial as evidence? Why were these not in discovery? Am I crazy? Why am I looking at trooper notes that were not in the trial? Maybe the notes themselves will answer that. Let's see. Julie Nagel, Juliana, Brian Albert Jr., known since 2015. This is very difficult to make out here. I mean, his handwriting is better than mine. I'll give him that. But it's still pretty bad. Brian Alberts. Oh my God, this is really difficult to read. Brian Higgins, Sarah, Julie, Matt. These are just naming all the witnesses. And I guess their relationships, only ones at the house. Hanging out in kitchen. Now, this is from when? What is the date on that? Is that June of 2022? Hold on, let's look at some more of these. Just started to snow at the home, walked out front door. So whose statement is this? Does it say? Juliana Nagel's. It's Juliana Nagel's statement. Okay, so this is just notes from Juliana Nagel's. I just can't read his handwriting. His handwriting's terrible. I don't want to spend all night trying to discern this guy's fucking handwriting. But this is the part that I'm interested in. Waiting for brother to arrive. Window and saw SUV. facing Brown's Chapman, same direction when she went outside to talk to brother. Saw it. And says that they saw it pull up by the flagpole, stopped behind mailbox and flagpole, then third time pull up by flagpole. I need to get a closer look at that, what that says. Okay. Yeah, somebody just sent me something that I'm probably gonna go over. Okay, yeah, I mean, I'm interested in that, but I don't want to waste too much time on it. Kevin Reddington reporting on the rally. Okay, let's see what my boy Kevin Reddington had to say here. This is from the Cerebral Ninja, David Yannetti. Says here, for the record, the Reed Group has not scheduled anything other than a 9 a.m. appearance in Norfolk Superior Court next Friday. Neither Karen Reed nor her attorneys has ever organized or promoted any rally at the courthouse or anywhere else. I assume that Kevin is referencing the fact that Norfolk County community has reviewed the available evidence and has determined that, okay, so that's his response to what Kevin Reddington says here. Hi, Diane. Just advising that my flight for no, that's not what that is. So where's the Kevin Reddington? Yeah, it doesn't say. Okay, it's just Yannetti saying that we had nothing to do with the rolling rally or courthouse rally or anything. But this is brilliant. He says, I assume that Kevin is referencing the fact that Norfolk County community has reviewed the available evidence and has determined that Karen Reed is factually innocent. Unjust prosecutions tend to spur conscientious people to make sure that their voices are heard in opposition. So that's cerebral ninja talk for I think what Kevin is trying to say and what he's referencing here is that the people of Norfolk County, the Massachusetts locals, are seeing that this woman is innocent based on the information that is made publicly available to them, that is public record. They've reviewed it as concerned citizens, and they have decided that they're going to go out and tell you that what they think of you for fucking framing an innocent woman. That's what their plan is, to exercise their First Amendment rights to let you know that they think you suck for framing an innocent woman. December 30th, 2023. Hi, Diane. Reed Group is scheduling a rally at the courthouse at 8 a.m. Says hearing at 9. Laura said 2, but it's 9. I should be able to make it. Hi, Diane. I'm just advising my flight from TCI leaves Providence, she's on Friday, boarding at 1. I will not be able to Zoom in the hearing. I will rest on submissions. Thanks, and have a happy new year. Okay. Attach, please find endorsement to motion to join the third party's opposition to Rule 17 motion to subpoena records of third party Proctor. Okay. Sorry. What is this? Is this from Adam Deitch? Oh shit. Okay. From Adam Deitch to the Norfolk clerk's office, which would be Adam Lally and everybody in there. But also Karen Reed's defense team. Good afternoon. Please find attached letter to Justice Cannoni relating to the matter Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, Norfolk County Superior Court. We will also be sending a hard copy to the court via overnight delivery. Thanks very much, and please feel free to reach out with any questions. Adam Deitch. So this is the Judge Cannoni from Josh Levy, who was the assistant U.S. attorney at the time. Or sorry, Adam Deitch, actually, from Josh Levy's office, who is an assistant U.S. attorney at the time. Honorable Beverly Cannoni, blah, 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 blah. Dear Judge Cannoni, with respect to the above captioned matter, we received notice via letter dated January 9th, 2024 from counsel for the defendant regarding the Commonwealth's motion for protective order pertaining to Commonwealth's notice of discovery pursuant to mass blah, 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 with associated 6 attachments. We additionally received copies of the motion, the defendant's opposition, and related filings, including copies of the 8 letters at issue. We also are aware of the upcoming hearing scheduled for July 18th, 2024. We appreciate the opportunity to be heard on this issue. Having reviewed all of the materials referenced above, the Department of Justice and the U.S. Attorney's Office for the District of Massachusetts do not object to public disclosure of the correspondence at issue in the pending motion. What 8 letters is he talking about here? So the Commonwealth filed a motion for a protective order, and Adam Deitch is saying, we don't have a problem with the public seeing this shit. Commonwealth doesn't want the people to see it, but they're basically, he's saying, yeah, so we don't give a fuck. Yeah, we are not opposed to, we've reviewed all the materials above, and we're good with it. We do not object to the public disclosure of the correspondence at issue in the pending motion. Yeah, so I wonder what 8 letters they're talking about. I'd like to know. Is it? Oh, never mind. What am I talking about? I went over those letters. Those are the letters, the correspondence between Michael Morrissey and the U.S. Attorney's Office. Yeah. I remember now. Sorry, guys. A lot of this stuff is like, it just completely escapes my memory, and then it comes back to me because I have a horrible memory. But yes, okay. Yeah, the letters where Michael Morrissey is like, we can't for the life of me figure out why. Where he tried to pull a fucking, but he did it through letters, through emails. Where he tried to pull like a Wolf of Wall Street, sit down with the FBI and be like, for the life of me, I can't imagine why you be investigating Stratton Oakmont. Yeah. I'm going to have Heidi lick caviar off my balls. So Brandon Hunt, what? Let's see. This is to Brian Tully from Laura McLaughlin. Good afternoon. Regarding the security plan for the upcoming trial, I have been having informal talks with stakeholders and have a meeting scheduled for Thursday in anticipation of a buffer zone court order being in place. We are working on the logistics on enforcing such an order. I am happy to meet in person to discuss. I will be around next week. I would like to have some understanding prior to the meeting on Thursday. Wow. So yeah, the buffer zone thing was all plotted. It was all plotted. It was all worked out with Brian Tully. We're working on suppressing the people of Norfolk County's First Amendment rights. We just want to let you know. Detective Lieutenant Tully, we're answering to you, Detective Lieutenant Tully, and letting you know that we have every intention to suppress the First Amendment rights of all of the Karen Reed supporters out front of the courthouse because, you know, we are prosecuting an innocent woman. Who's Timothy Rose? Judicial, like, okay, I guess that's a judge or somebody that works for the judge's office. To Stephen Munchbach, Joseph King, John Fanning, Michael Hardman, Leonard Coppenrath, Tully, Fahey, Dickey, Peguero, Kelly M. Peguero, Jonathan Barbosa. And it says here, let's see. Yeah, those are CC to all these people. Hello, I just spoke with Stephanie Ferrari. Stephanie stated that they hope to have approximately 20 to 30 people there on Monday to show support for the O'Keefe family. They will wear blue. Does the buffer zone still apply for Monday, July 22nd? Roger that is the response. And there was like 5 people that showed up. 20 to 30 people? No. On Monday to show support for the O'Keefe family, and they will wear blue. Does the buffer zone still apply? Of course it does. The fact that they were acting like these people were like, oh, like, think about that for a second. Think about the implication there. These people actually thought that it would be a question. Like, the implication in that email is we all think that Karen Reed supporters are the bad guys here. And so do the same rules apply to people who want to see Karen Reed thrown in jail? I mean, does the buffer zone still apply? And why would you? I mean, what do you want? You didn't want the buffer zone to apply so that you could do what? So you could stand there and gawk, and you could stand there and point fingers and laugh and go, ha ha, we made it. The buffer zone doesn't apply to us. It applies to you, but not us because they favor us. What do you think they're going to do? You think they're going to just let you have that? Who was impressed by Whiffin's accent? Nobody was impressed by Whiffin's accent. Well, some stupid people were impressed by Whiffin's accent. That's for sure. I mean, the audacity. Yeah, and I don't know who Stephanie Ferrari is at all. Let's see what Grant did here. There's one about Grant here. So Grant wrote a letter to David Taub. I guess. Hi, David. Please see the inquiry below. I'd like to decline comment at this time, but wanted to check. Okay, blah, 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 blah. To the public information officer, my name is Grant Smith Ellis, and I am an independent journalist, also a towel. My sources report that there is an active investigation into jury tampering regarding the recent Karen Reed trial. The target of the probe who himself made the news public over this weekend, reports Lieutenant John Fanning to be the investigating officer. Is there any information or statement available from the department as to this development? Thank you for your my editor is CC'd. Thank you with appreciation for your time and service to the Commonwealth, Grant Smith Ellis, independent journalist. The writer asked the same question in Norfolk County DA's office, and we declined comment. As you may be aware, there is already pending indictment being prosecuted by independent counsel Ken Mello, River against the named defendant, blah, 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 blah. When was this sent? July 17th, 2024. Okay. So that's just Grant trying to figure out if there was any issues with jury tampering, which is very interesting since John Fanning was involved in overseeing the jury. Was assigned, he was the guy overseeing the jury. Which was another motion to recuse that took place there. And this is that hearing right here. You can hear it a lot better.
That Lieutenant Fanning was in this circumstance. And she said that he was the, quote, commander of the extensive security operations that this case has required, period, end quote. That sentence says a lot. It said a lot to me.
It does not say he has
extensive security operations that this case has required, period, end quote. That sentence says a lot.
Let's hear that one more time.
Who Lieutenant Fanning was in this circumstance. And she said that he was the, quote, commander of the extensive security operations that this case has required.
Commander of the extensive security security what?
Commander of the extensive security operations that
this
case has
that
required.
this case has required. That's interesting. So the irony here, the reason why I'm bringing this up is because Grant is asking, he's like, we want to hear, we heard that there was some jury tampering going on and that Farwell was in charge of the investigation into the jury tampering. Okay. So, all right, Farwell would be the guy to do that, according to this right here. But there's a problem, because why is Farwell the guy to do that? If Farwell was one of the officers working the case, one of the state troopers, or Fanning. Why did I said Farwell? Sorry, Fanning. Lieutenant Fanning. Why, if he was, I said Farwell because I was thinking of Sandra Birchmore. Why is Fanning in charge of this jury? In charge of overseeing this jury? Obviously, yes, he would be the person to investigate jury tampering, right? But if he was involved in investigating the Karen Reed case, if Fanning was involved in investigating the Karen Reed case, then wouldn't that be a conflict of interest? Wouldn't that be bias? Wouldn't that be a serious fucking problem that he would have access to the jury?
Period, end quote. That sentence says a lot.
It said a lot to me.
It does not say he has access to or control over the jurors.
It says that
And
he
I'm
has.
just going to stop you. I'll let you finish in a minute.
Okay.
Mr. Yannetti, as a Massachusetts practicing lawyer, knows that the court officers are in charge of the jurors. Go ahead.
Okay, so right there, this is one of the most fascinating things. This is very, because I'm only doing this to jog memory, mine most importantly. But this is important because no one was asking this question until Alan Jackson brings it up in court and goes, why the fuck isn't anybody asking about this? Why the fuck is Fanning having any contact or anything to do with this jury? This is not appropriate. And she gets really defensive, which is really interesting. Like right here, she gets really defensive. She's like, where she says, he did not have any access, does not mean blah, blah, blah. What she says right here is interesting.
Practicing lawyer knows.
She brings up and brings David Yannetti in this. She's like, basically in so many words, like, ask David Yannetti. I'm going to cut you off real quick. I'm going to let you finish in a second, Alan Jackson, but ask your own co-counsel. He knows that that's normal practice here in Massachusetts. It doesn't mean it's right. There's a lot of things that seem to be normal practice in fucking Massachusetts that doesn't seem fucking right. And that's exactly why all of us are here talking about it and have been for the last 2.5 fucking years. There's a lot going on with Massachusetts state practices that are not okay. That is fucking crazy that you would have a state trooper who questioned witnesses, was there for the questioning of witnesses, had access to evidence, and now he's on paper, at least, has access to the jury. Now, she's denying that he had any access to the jury, but why wouldn't he? Wouldn't his job as being security over the jury mean that he would have to have access to the jury if he needed it?
He has access to or control over the jurors.
It says that
And
he
I'm
has.
just going to stop you. I'll let you finish in a minute.
Okay.
Mr. Yannetti, as a Massachusetts practicing lawyer, knows that the court officers are in charge of the jurors. Go ahead.
She didn't even ask him a question. She was just like, he knows.
Head, Mr. Jackson.
Like as if, that's what's fascinating to me, is like as if they weren't talking about this when they first met. Like, I mean, on their way to the fucking courthouse. Who knows? Like, dude, we're going to fucking, like, are you kidding? Do you know what this is happening? You know what's happening in there? You don't think David Yannetti was part of that conversation going, this is totally inappropriate. We need to call her out on this. Let's see. What's up, Kelly Reed? What's she saying here? They absolutely had Massachusetts State Police escorts to and from court every, and that's all caps, every single day. They absolutely had Massachusetts State Police escorts every single day. So you're going to tell me that if a juror is saying something out loud or whatever, one of those troopers, Fanning, doesn't have access to those troopers? There's no, you can guarantee Judge Beverly Cannone, that none of those state troopers ever spoke to Fanning? Okay. But she certainly tries here. She certainly tries.
If there is a commander of the extensive security operations over the entire case, there is, Your Honor, no greater security operation
than securing the jurors. That
Right.
is sacrosanct. It's paramount among the security operations that the court embraces. And we were told, I didn't make it up. Ms. McLaughlin told us.
I didn't
We were
fucking
told
make
he
that
was
shit
the
up.
commander, not part of a security operation that was outside the court, not part of a security operation that helped parking cars or making sure that citizens got in and out of the courtroom appropriately. We were told he was the commander of the extensive security operations in this case. It is reasonable to conclude from that statement that Fanning was either directly in charge of the jurors, which the court is now telling me he wasn't. Again,
You were told that at sidebar
No.
that day by Ms. McLaughlin.
No, we were not. We were told.
I have the transcript.
Well, Your Honor, what we were told is what his title was. Commander of the extensive security operations of the court. So we reasonably concluded that he was either directly in charge of the jurors or in charge of the people who were in charge of security of the jurors. But we were never allowed the opportunity to find out exactly what his role was because the court didn't take evidence, refused our request at the time in good faith. Both Mr. Unetti and I asked the court to take evidence from Lieutenant Fanning. The
I think
court
it was Ms.
declined.
Little.
I'm sorry?
I think it was Ms. Little who asked me to.
And what was the court's response? The court's response was to decline that invitation. We didn't take any evidence, which would have drawn down on the issue, so I wouldn't have to make reasonable conclusions. I would actually have the information. So of course, that's one of the issues that is
Right.
to our motion to dismiss because it seems
It's
wildly inappropriate. Here's what we do
wildly inappropriate,
about
bro.
Lieutenant Fanning. Once his name was uttered, here's what we did know. He's among the troopers that is one of Michael Proctor's supervisors. He interviewed several prosecution witnesses who testified at trial against Miss Reed, including Laura Sullivan, Marietta Sullivan, Bridget Meehan, Heather Maxson. He interviewed all of those individuals or took part in those interviews. Lieutenant Fanning was at the defendant's home and seized her cell phone in January of 2024, just months before the trial began. Lieutenant Fanning was included on the text chain where Trooper Proctor said he was going through my client's phone looking for nudes. And then his name comes up at sidebar as the commander of the extensive security operations attendant to this case. And he's the source to whom something was reported about juror misconduct. When you couple those two things together, that he's the commander of security and a person who supposedly, through hearsay, overheard a juror making statements about the case, and they have an entire myriad of individuals to whom they could report it. They report it to Fanning, and then Fanning reports it to the court officer who reports it to the court. It is not unreasonable to conclude that he was at least within the orbit of the security operations governing the jurors, which is exactly why we put it in our papers. And without additional information clarifying that, we have no way of knowing that he wasn't involved or didn't have any direct access to the jurors. If he didn't, he didn't. And that's a fact that
I'd say that that's a reasonable argument for a fucking problem. That's a problem. Why? Why was this man even in the orbit of anybody who was around the jurors? He should not have been. It again, this looks bad. Why should we even think? Why wouldn't we think, as defense attorneys defending a client, making sure that she gets a fair trial? Why would we not conclude that that's a problem and worry about this guy who we are strongly implying in our fucking defense probably had some nefarious actions, some nefarious dealings within this investigation? And it's just a clear conflict of interest, of course, Bridget Pike. But beyond that, also, and thank you so much, Bridget Pike. Also, beyond that, I mean, look at Fanning's involvement in the Sandra Birchmore case. That alone is so unnerving. So unnerving.
Everybody can agree on. But when we heard the information, the only reasonable conclusion we had, given the fact that he was the source of the information and he was defined as the commander of security over the entire case, not part of the case, the entire case, which includes the jury, that is a reasonable conclusion.
So you signed your affidavit 2 weeks ago when you already knew that he did not have any access to the jurors.
No, I didn't.
The fuck are you talking about? Hear that one more time.
Signed your affidavit 2 weeks ago when you already knew that he did not have any access to the jurors.
No, I didn't. I absolutely did
Signed
not.
and
No, I
sworn
didn't.
under the pains and penalties of perjury this 21st day of February 2025.
Correct. On February 21st, 2025, we were still at the first time that it was mentioned that he had absolutely no access to the jurors.
Thank you,
He never
Bridget.
had any contact with the jurors is when we received our responsive documents from the opposition from the Commonwealth. In that document, they mentioned he never had any direct access. He didn't have indirect access. They make these claims with no verification, by the way, no declaration, no supporting evidence, no declaration from the attorneys who filed the opposition. That's the first time someone actually took the position that he had absolutely no access to any of the jurors, direct or indirect. So when we filed our papers, the information that I just told the court is the information we were working from.
I will let you move on. I can tell you, I'm really not satisfied with your answer, Mr. Jackson. Well, put it this way. Let's say it this way.
Come
So,
on, lady.
Now that you know
How is it
that he had absolutely no access.
so funny to me? This is how you know, like, she was acquitted. This is over. This is a moot fucking point now. And I'm still pissed off about it. Think about that. What does that tell you? Does that tell you that I just wanted a guilty woman to be found innocent? Or does that tell you what I'm actually pissed off about? What am I pissed off about? I'm pissed off about how nasty and dirty the shit that goes on in Massachusetts is. That's what annoys the fuck out of me. That is what my interest has been this entire time. Because even though Karen was acquitted, this shit is obviously still a problem because nothing was done about it.
To the jury, what's the nature of the conflict? How is your client's right to a fair trial jeopardized?
Is
now
there
that
evidence
you know
that-
it's
Are
not
you
true.
Is there
kidding?
evidence? My question to the court is there evidence that he had absolutely no access, either direct or indirect, with any of the jurors? I don't know that to be true. I mean, I take the court at its word, obviously, clearly. I take
So
the court
we
at its
will
word.
will move on from that, Mr. Jackson. We'll move on.
Translation from AJ right there is I take the court at its word. Your Honor, I don't know why you're getting defensive, but since you are, I'm letting you know I'm not arguing with you. I don't get why you're getting mad. This doesn't have anything to do with you. This has to do with a simple conflict of interest. Obviously, you can't prove my client gets the benefit of the doubt. That's her right. She is innocent until proven guilty. She has not been proven guilty yet. So since she's innocent until proven guilty, her rights dictate that there should not be a bias. The people who are trying to throw her in jail should not have access to the jury directly or indirectly. So what the fuck are we talking about here, Judge?
From that. So
Well, the court's asking what is our evidence of, or what's our indication of the impropriety of him being the person that actually reported this misconduct and ultimately leading to the exclusion of a very, very defense-friendly witness, defense-friendly juror, or presumably a defense-friendly juror, and knowing at the same time that he was intimately involved in the prosecution of my client
intimately
Because he was at
involved
least within the
in her
orbit of
prosecution.
commanding, according to Ms. McLaughlin, commanding the extensive security services over this case, and he ends up, just ironically, who knew? He ends up being the source of the information that got that juror removed.
Wow.
That's awfully coincidental, Your Honor. And yes, that's the foundation on which we built our argument that that shouldn't have happened.
Right.
He certainly never, ever should have had any access, even in the orbit of the jurors, directly or indirectly. And the court never even inquired as to why he was the one receiving the report. Why Lieutenant Fanning, of all people, who then reports it to the court officer, who then reports it to the court, who then removes the juror. That's an awfully straight line between Lieutenant Fanning, who has an interest in this case, and the removal of a juror. That's improper in our view.
Line.
And that's why we put it in the paper.
And it's
that's why
improper.
we argued it the way we did.
Yeah.
We were working off of extremely reasonable beliefs based on information that was provided to us at sidebar in the court's presence.
All right, so that's your answer to my question.
That's my answer.
Yes.
Wow. Okay. I don't want to go over that just yet. And if I was going to go over it, I should have went over it earlier, but we'll get to this here. Let's go back to the FOIA stuff. What is this? So Matt McCabe is going to bat for Proctor here in this email. And he writes to Governor Healy and Colonel Mon of the Massachusetts State Police. I am writing on behalf of the current unpaid suspension and investigation into Massachusetts State Trooper Michael Proctor. My name is Matthew McCabe. I am actually one of the state's witnesses in the Karen Reed trial. I do not condone the private text messages that Trooper Proctor shared with his friends and colleagues, but in no way do those text messages warrant a termination of Trooper Proctor. So I can just see Matt McCabe's dumbass sitting around talking about, well, I don't see the fucking problem, really. I mean, so what? He was looking for nudes and he fucking called her a fucking cunt. She is a fucking cunt, right? We all think she's a fucking cunt, right? So what's wrong with that? We should just, why are they firing him for saying that she was a fucking cunt? She was only the suspect in a murder investigation. Like, are you kidding? And can we talk about how just fucking plain inappropriate it is and how much of a bad fucking look it is to sit there and act like this dude, you people acted like you had nothing to do with this guy personally, but you go out and write a letter to the fucking governor, Matt McCabe, husband of Jen McCabe, husband of the person who allegedly typed in and searched how long to die in the cold at 2:27 a.m., hours before John O'Keefe's body was even found? And you expect us to not believe that you have a personal stake in whether or not Proctor has a fucking job? No other witness, every other witness is going to be like any fucking other witness in that case. In any case, any other witness is just a witness. They're like, oh shit, did you hear about the fucking cop that interviewed us? Man, that fucking cop that interviewed us, apparently he sent a bunch of text messages. Ooh, that's a shame. That's a bummer. Too bad. Yikes. Oof. That's what anyone would do. They don't go, oh my God. Whoa, what are we going to do? Holy shit. Well, I'm going to bet. I mean, not on Chip. They're not going to fire on Chip. No, not if I have anything to say about it. I'm going to write a letter to the governor. Or it was more like, Matt, you're my husband and you do what I tell you to do. So I need you to write a letter to the governor. Why can't you do it? Because my hands are shaking too much. Like, you know, that's how that went down. Okay, honey, I'll fucking do whatever you fucking tell me because I'm a fucking cuck. You know, that's how that went down. Like, why the fuck is a witness so outraged by the firing of a random state trooper who just happened to be assigned to the case and happened to be the one to show up to their house to ask them questions? Why? If he didn't know them, if they just kind of knew each other, I know this person and this person, but I have no actual connection to this person. You know, we know some of the same people. You know, okay, right. You know some of the same people. So somebody who I don't even know, and I know some of the same people. You know what? I'm just a fucking stupid fucking cuck. That's what the public sees me as anyway. I'm a stupid fucking cuck. So I'm going to write a letter to the governor on behalf of the rando state trooper that asked me questions. That doesn't fucking, it's not, nobody believes that. Nobody believes that. Like, you do that for people who you have a personal investment in. You do that somebody who you have feelings about. Somebody you care about whether or not they have a fucking job. Dude, you know how many times I've had friends that do something fucking stupid as shit, get fired. You know what I do? I go, damn, dude. Who the fuck told you to do that, bro? That's what I do. That's what I do with my friends who do something fucking stupid. That's what my friends do with me. If I do something stupid and get fired for it, right? Like, why is this guy, I better do something. Oh, fuck. Hold on, honey. I'm typing up a letter to Maura Healy. Dude, I'm telling you, if my friends get fired, to this day, bro, if one of my friends got fired over something that stupid, I'd have been like, fuck, dude. Yikes. Bummer. That sucks, dude. What are you going to do? That's always the question, right? Because you don't even really care at that point. You know they're going to be okay, but you don't want to come off like you're cold and you don't give a shit about your friend. But you're like, dude, what are you going to do? So what are you going to do? That's the response. You don't go writing letters to the governor, bro. And the main person in charge. Did anybody, I wonder, did anybody write a letter to Governor Healy and the CEO of 5150's fucking old job to make sure she didn't get fired? Did any of these people go to bat for her like that? I wonder if any of these people did that. If they were like, oh my God, okay, Governor Healy, I'm going to type a letter here to let you guys know, okay, that Meredith O'Neill is actually a very smart and sweet person, and I don't think it was right that she got fired because she had this boyfriend, and he's a very public figure. And you think Krusty Panties did that? You think Krusty Panties wrote a letter to the bank to get him to not fire 5150? Nobody gave a fuck. All they did was go, oh my God, Turtle Boy got her fired. Let me tweet about it. You think they did? You think they actually did? I don't think they did. I don't think they did. I call bullshit. Right, because nobody gave a fuck. Right? Like, that tells me that not only is Proctor a friend, but somebody who they count on for something. Somebody that they'll go the extra mile for, like write a letter to the fucking governor. So let's read the rest of this. Yeah, that totally happened. That totally, yeah, good call. Good call. That totally happened. You know it did. Yes, Governor Healy, you don't know me, but my name is Jason Broyles, and I'm calling to write you a letter because I think that my friend was unjustly terminated from her place of employment. I was wondering if there's anything you can do. If you could talk to the CEO or something, because she's my friend and she's a really nice person. And she told me that maybe one day she might send me a picture of her in a bikini. So please think about giving her a job back so that she thinks that I'm a white knight hero for her. And I can tell myself that there's a chance that she's going to fuck me one day. Can you do that, please? Governor Healy and the CEO of the stupid fucking bank that she worked at, please. Can you do that? Thank you. Sincerely, Jason Broyles. Oh my God, dude. Nobody fucking does that unless there's like a weird relationship there, you know? Like, you think Proctor was like, hey, Matty boy, you think you could write a letter for me? Huh? You think you could do that? Fucking just sitting there like Matt McCabe came over to his house. Hey, buddy, I bought you a 6-pack. What are you up to? Huh? What are you watching over there? And Proctor's just fucking Proctor's just sitting on his fucking couch, just like fucking like ugh, fuck yeah, man. Bro, you think maybe you could write a letter to the governor? Because yeah, fuck this couch. I don't need it no more. What, Liz? Me and Matt are talking. Fuck, bitch. Anyway, you think you could write a letter to the governor for me? Oh, well, maybe get my job back as a state trooper because you're Matt McCabe, you know. Oh, buddy, I got you. You all right? Is your stomach all right over there? Jesus, man, is your stomach good? What's going on? He's just sitting there farting into his fucking couch, making life miserable for Liz. Matt McCabe's just sitting there going, fuck, buddy. I'll do whatever I can to help you. I'll do whatever I fucking can, you know. You want to splash a crystal light with that? Let me continue with this. Let me read this because it's such small print. Hold on. Oh, look. How about that? I couldn't do that with my external mouse. I do not condone the private text messages that Trooper Proctor shared with his friends and colleagues. But in no way do those text messages warrant a termination of Trooper Proctor. He has worked tirelessly on this case, as well as others. And those text messages prove no role into his or his team's investigation into the death of John O'Keefe. Trooper Proctor and his wife, along with myself, my wife, my family, and friends, have been attacked and vilified in the media and on the social media platforms. The accusations and harassment are like nothing I or you have ever seen. It is unprecedented, and the focus should be on protecting those involved. Your frustration and attention should be directed at the behavior of the defense and at their conclusion of working with bloggers to vilify and attack anyone associated with this case. What this defense team has done is a disgrace with the Massachusetts judicial system. If this is the way law and order will be practiced moving forward, the state of Massachusetts, under your watch, should prepare for a lawless society. He should prepare for a lawless society. If you let this go, and I love how he capitalized law and order, like it's the title of the show. It's so funny to me. That shit is so funny to me. It is unprecedented, and the focus should be on protecting those involved. Your frustration and attention are directed at this behavior in the defense. That conclusion of working with bloggers to vilify and attack anyone associated with this case. What this defense team has done is a disgrace to Massachusetts judicial system. If this is the way law and order will be practiced moving forward, the state of Massachusetts, under your watch, should prepare for a lawless society. Matt McCabe sucks so fucking bad, bro. All these people fucking suck. I can't wait to see them get deposed. The federal government inserted themselves into this case. For what reason, I don't know. But all they have done has given validation to the media and the online bloggers in the attack of the state police and the state's witnesses during the federal investigation. Private text messages from Michael Proctor were submitted to counsel in the Karen Reed trial. What happened? What I do not understand is why the federal government felt that it was important to share those private text messages. But at no point did they find it important to share but whether it was the conspiracy or cover-up in the murder of John O'Keefe. Since the investigation became public in the hands of the public defense, them leaking this, we have watched multiple innocent state witnesses be tormented and accused of the murder of their friend, when in fact, all the witnesses tried to do was help. Our justice system is broken, and this case shows that nobody will want to be state witnesses in the future. Okay, so now this guy is claiming that nobody's ever going to want to come forward to help someone get justice and testify on behalf of someone getting justice because of the actual people that the evidence dictates would be responsible for the death of Boston police officer John O'Keefe are being held publicly accountable. They're being held accountable by the public, not publicly accountable, being held accountable by the public. So why is this guy so, I mean, what is he thinking? And what's funny is the more I read this, the more I realize that it's less about Michael Proctor getting fired. It's more about them. And how this letter reads is very important. All jokes aside, the impressions aside, and all that shit being silly, this is serious because there's a serious point that you have to, again, you have to read between the lines, as they say. Okay. There is a massive narrative here that is very easy to catch if you are inclined to look for it. And that is simply the vibe of this letter. The vibe of this letter is not Michael Proctor. It's the subject of the letter, but it's not the point of the letter. The point of the letter is we are all in this together. The police and us. We are all in this together. And you're letting one of us get fired from their job. And why? Why are they so concerned with Michael Proctor losing his job? I would say that it's because it's a pretty valuable thing. Having a Massachusetts state investigator, having a Massachusetts state trooper who is a detective and investigator as a buddy is a hell of an asset to have. Now, for what, I don't know. But this is how this reads. This reads as though they are worried, as a group, somehow are worried of losing the asset of a Massachusetts state trooper being in their little circle. Phil, thank you so much. Cuck McCabe may think he has influence. His company got $1 million DOD contract. It's probably how those assholes are fronting lawsuits. We all fucked. No, we're not fucked. I'm not fucked. I tell you that right now. But Turtle Boy's not fucked. Karen Reed's not fucked. So they're scared he'll flip. They're scared now that he lost his job. That also makes sense. I've speculated on that myself. That since he's no longer a Massachusetts state trooper and he lost his job, he might say something to get his job back. He might do something to get his job back. He might be in fear of indictment since he lost his job and may say something to flip. May cut a deal to benefit himself somehow. Because right now he's just a couch farter. That's it. Resting Beckface, thank you so much. Replay crew, but do yourself a favor and make Connor's mic video your alarm sound. Great way to start the day. Thank you. No, I don't know about all that. I'm not doing that. Is that what you did? Did you make this your fucking alarm? You did not make this your alarm. No way.
Look at me, I'm a bitch. Carney, I'm afraid of you. I'm trying to be all tough. Meanwhile, this dude, Mike Kryford, don't give two fucks about anybody.
I'm not adding that to this. Mike Kryford. I'm not waking up to that every day. Kudos to you for being able to do that, though. Phil, thank you so much. I meant as taxpayers, we fucked. Oh, thank you. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, no matter what, when you're discussing politics, there's always the lesser of two or three or four evils, depending on what point of an election you're in. But I mean, there's always the lesser of evils. And that's what you're going for when it comes to politics. There's no other way around that. I mean, I think we're all a little too old to be so naive as to think that there's a good guy, you know? And doing that face is tiring. So I'm just going to read it. I'm going to read the rest of this. Our justice system is broken, and this case shows that nobody will want to be a state's witness in the future. In conclusion, I understand a suspension of Trooper Proctor for his unprofessional behavior is warranted, but in no way should you terminate a great officer of the state. As a Massachusetts state trooper with a young family and a life in law enforcement in front of him, you should not take that away from him. You are aware that Trooper Proctor did not compromise the state police investigation into the death of John O'Keefe. Yeah, he did. As the leaders of the state of Massachusetts, you should not cower and let the Free Karen Reed group direct and bully you into a regrettable decision. Governor Healy and Colonel Mon, I plead with you to make a statement that shows support for your team, stand up for the men and women of the Massachusetts State Police and stand behind their investigation and the charges that were brought against Karen Reed. The removal of Trooper Proctor will only continue the charade that Karen Reed and her defense have unleashed on this great state and will compromise the state's retrial of Karen Reed. Thank you very much for reading this. I hope you make the right and ethical decision to keep Trooper Proctor on the job. Wow. This line right here, the removal of Trooper Proctor will only continue the charade that Karen Reed and her defense have unleashed on this great state and will compromise the state's retrial of Karen Reed. Right. That also reads as though they're really scared of indictments themselves. Really scared. Since he's fired, there's nobody to look out for them. Who knows who's going to investigate them? By the way, don't worry. It's not going to be another Massachusetts state trooper that investigates you. It will be a Fed. It would be the feds. So don't worry. All right, let's another troll. Let's see. Valerie McGivery. Who's that? Would you consider bringing this into trial? Karen turned off backup assist to murder John. The tones of the system heard in her voicemail. The jury needs to know what this is, how it worked, and why it was turned off prior to backing into John. Also, there's a rumor going around that Kate Peter created the charging docs for Aiden Carney. Is there no way you can keep Aiden Carney out of the court? It's very unethical for him to be there. I don't care if he threatens to sue. He's not bigger than the Commonwealth. I don't know who the fuck that person is. I don't give a shit. It's just funny to see TBDS enter court documents. That's very funny. This is from Higgy. And Higgy sent this to Tully. And he said, I'm writing to inform you that I received the below letter in the mail today. I took precautions, gloves, prior to opening this piece of mail. Please confirm receipt. And so somebody wrote a letter to Higgy, and it says, you piece of shit. You Brian Albert, he's no brother. He's a, I don't know. He's a motherfucker, just like you. His cocksucker Punko's nephew Colin too. You're all going down. We all know what you assholes did to our brother John, that rehomed Chloe to laughing my ass off, rehomed. Your days are coming, Higgins, but I can't read that last part. I don't know. Again, that's shit that I don't condone at all. That's just fucking retarded bullshit. Wait a second. I am following Defense Diaries. How am I not following Defense Diaries? And then Colleen Crawford admitting to altering audio files. What did I say? Oh, this is wild. Let me see what this says. This is from Colleen Crawford to Laura McLaughlin. Attached is the clarified voice message 272 from Karen Reed to John O'Keefe. I reduced the speed of the vocals within the audio file. I also increased the volume. The reduction in speed allows one to hear each word enunciated more clearly at a slower pace. Take care, Colleen. Why wasn't this in discovery? Because right there, I mean, how is that any? I mean, I understand you might file a motion. I'm assuming the Glare Institute of Law and stuff would speculate that or assume that you would file a motion asking permission to enhance the voice parts and bring down background vocals or I mean, it makes sense to do that. But it sounds, I mean, it's a voicemail. So why wouldn't you be able to just hear it? Karen's voice. Why are they trying to enhance it? So it sounds like she's being nastier than she is to enhance the effect for a jury. You know what I'm saying? A lot of reasons why they would do this, that one would speculate why they would do this. But it seems like you would need permission from the court to do that. You can't just take it upon yourself to fuck with evidence. That's evidence and you're tampering with it. So what the fuck? Hold on. Wait, what? Oh.
I think we got a super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat. Super cat. Super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat. I think we got a super cat. I think we got a
Carrie Garland, thank you so much. Tardy for the petty. Thanks, migraine. Oh, I'm sorry that you have a migraine. I'm sure that watching Muppet Cryford dance didn't help with that. But thank you so much. I appreciate that. And I hope your migraine gets better. The reduction in speed allows one to hear each word enunciated more clearly at a slower pace. No, you need the court's permission for that shit, I would assume. You can't just do that. Oh, look, a digital footprint. iPhone belonging to John O'Keefe. Ian Whiffen, full second report starting page. Okay, so that's just. Oh, okay, that's a whole nother thing. I'm not getting into that. What is this right here? So somebody wrote a letter to Meatball Morrissey. You, sir, are so screwed. Deleted Sally Port video after inverting it? You support garbage like Krusty Panties, Lindsay Gattuini, and the deadbeat alleged retired FBI agent Coffin Doofus, and the yellow cottage cheese fool Plevin, and good time Julie Carp? You've actually done a hostage video trying to defend yourself and your Keystone cops of Canton PD and Massachusetts State Police. You have disgraced yourself. And for what? Big bad Brian Albert? LOL. You have really shit this entire case down your legs. There's diarrhea in your socks now, sir. Corrupt troopers all in your embarrassment of an office. The whole world is watching and no one wants you in office. You have disgraced the O'Keefe family. You tried to frame Karen Reed and covered up a murder. We, the people of Norfolk County and the entire world, are outraged. Troopers Bukaki, Proctor, Fanning, Tully, DeChico, and yourself are embarrassing yourselves. Everyone hates you. You're an absolute piece of shit. And P.S. Fanning bangs men dressed as women. No wonder he covered for his deadbeat pedophile friend Farwell. You have failed, Sandra Birchmore, Karen Reed, Aiden Carney, the Keaton Nine, Rich Schiffer, and many, many others. Get ready for federal prison, you corrupt piece of shit. Go clean your socks, meatball. Free Karen Reed. I have so much more to say, but there's not enough time in the day to try to show you how to do your job and make fun of you. All panic, no disco. Meatball Morrissey, Sketty Stain. Okay. I see Meatball Morrissey, Sketty Stain in here quite a bit. Now go look in the mirror and keep repeating to yourself, quack, quack, quack. I am a true piece of shit, and I have disgraced John O'Keefe's memory and Karen Reed's entire life and family. I can't wait for federal prison. Insert rubber duckies and finger emojis here. Although funny, yeah, I mean, that doesn't do anything except entertain us here, but it could hurt cases. You guys got to watch out for that shit. But it's funny nonetheless. And here you have Michael Easter. Let's see here. This is Michael Easter's resume, I guess. I'm not going to go over that right now. We don't need to read Michael Easter's resume. And then here is some TV Daily News stuff. Here is the press release from Michael Morrissey. And what is the date on this? It doesn't have a date. Norfolk District Attorney Michael Morrissey today announces the appointment of Special Assistant District Attorney Hank Brennan to lead the Commonwealth's retrial in the case of Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Like, he puts out this press release like he thinks it's like it's awesome, like it's good news. Like, yeah, we got Whitey Bulger's attorney. Ooh, ooh, ooh. And it turned out that he completely and totally shit the fucking bed. Lally got further than this asshole. And Special Assistant District Attorney Hank Brennan to lead the Commonwealth's retrial in the case of Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Attorney Brennan is the highly respected and skilled former prosecutor and longtime defense attorney with over 25 years experience in state and federal courts and has expertise handling complex law enforcement matters. I look forward to Attorney Brennan working in concert with the trial team of Assistant District Attorney Adam Lally, Laura McLaughlin, and Caleb Schillinger, and District Attorney Morrissey. Attorney Brennan, now, I feel bad. I didn't do it. I should do it. But I'm not going to read what I already read again. Meatball Morrissey, Sketty Stain, my bad. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Okay. Yeah, so yeah, I got to do this right. Attorney Brennan said in his appointment, I assume full responsibility and all obligations for prosecuting this case and will do so meticulously, ethically, and zealously without compromise. He further stated, I have two core obligations. The first is to make certain that Karen Reed receives a fair trial. Ms. Reed will receive the dignity and fairness every defendant deserves in our criminal justice system. Anything else needs to stop. The second is to ensure that the facts surrounding Sean O'Keefe's murder death are fully and fairly aired in the courtroom without outside influence. I guarantee that I will work tirelessly with the trial team to prepare this case for trial in January of 2025. As this is an ongoing criminal matter, no further comments will be forthcoming. Fuck this guy. Nancy Siracusa? Nancy Siracusa. Let me guess, another McAlbert cult member who is a supporter of former Trooper Michael Proctor. Okay, I'm not reading these fucking, okay. Yeah, I don't know who that person is, but this is Jennifer McCabe's dad, Harold Weeks, going to bat for Michael Proctor as well. Real good look there, buddy. Hello. My name is Harold Weeks, and I am the father of Jennifer McCabe, a witness in the Karen Reed trial. I'm waiting to bring things to your attention regarding this case and the investigation into the state police trooper Michael Proctor. Due to being a witness in this case, my daughter's life has been destroyed. The defense team, Karen Reed, and social media bloggers have made it their mission to attack her and her family. Attorney Alan Jackson has stated in open court that he had already done enough damage to her regarding her testimony. The blogger calls her a murderer. His followers stalk her, take pictures, yell in her face, drive by her house, and scream profanities. She cannot go out in public alone. One individual stated that she wanted to put a bullet in her head. Why? All because she is state's witness. She's a state's witness in the Karen Reed trial. She has begged and pleaded for help. Her daughter, my granddaughter, again, this is, why is this, how is this an argument in any way, shape, or form? How is this in any way, shape, or form an argument for Michael Proctor keeping his job? This is just, my daughter can't walk down the street. My daughter can't go out in public alone. My daughter's getting threats. My daughter's getting harassed. Blah, 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 blah. But none of this shit is in any way somehow a letter to keep Michael Proctor getting his job. She can't go out in public alone, blah, 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 blah. Her daughter, my granddaughter, was admitted to a mental health program. Her children have been sexualized. Her family is attacked over social media daily. I highlighted a quick snapshot to hopefully get your attention. After seeing what has happened to her over the last 6 months, I do not wish this on anyone. The Department of Justice intervened in a state murder case. The reason why, I don't know, but I welcomed it. I figured that our government had a reason to do what they did. In the end, they would clear the witnesses' names. Well, that hasn't happened. Now, not only have the names not been cleared, but the investigation by the DOJ has only made things worse on her family. She is a state's witness to the charges, and the state brought forward against Karen Reed, but she is being treated as the villain. She is taunted daily that the feds are coming to get her. I feel that our government has failed my family, friends, and our state and local law enforcement. See, that also reads, this is very important. Listen to the language here. She is taunted daily that the feds are coming to get her. I feel that our government has failed my family. So you're not begging for Michael Proctor to keep his job. You're begging for the feds to not investigate Jen McCabe. One might argue that's not what he said there. He said, well, she's taunted daily that the feds are coming together. Well, why is he worried about that? Why does he care? Like the other stuff I get. Taunted daily, so what? If she has nothing to worry about, then why does it taunt her that the feds are coming to get her? Why is that an effective taunt against Jen McCabe that the feds are coming to get her? Unless she has some reason to be afraid of the fucking feds. Right? Dad? And you follow that up with, I feel that the federal government is failing. Our government, well, he didn't say federal, but I feel that our government has failed my family, friends, and our state and local law enforcement. So what are you saying here? That Michael Proctor is a friend? And then it goes on. There's more. This imaginary conspiracy that the defense has created with the help of social media bloggers has taken a toll on everyone involved from the DA's office. The state police investigation team, the Canton Police, the Canton Fire Department, medical professionals, etc. The real investigation by the federal government should be focused on what Karen Reed and her defense team has done. They have created a mob mentality who are intimidating and bullying their way through the judicial system. It's time for you to stand up and do what is right. At this time, your focus is on Trooper Michael Proctor, a good officer who had made a mistake on private text. Oh, now it's about Michael Proctor. Okay, got it. 2 pages later. Please remember, these were private messages. We have heard they were private messages between him and his superior officer and his colleagues. Sorry, but no. Along with other law enforcement, DA Michael Morrissey, MSP Brian Tully, Yuri Bukaki, MSP John Fanning, and Canton Chief Helena Rafferty have all tried their best to help witnesses in this trial, and I have nothing but the utmost respect for them. Why would you throw Helena Rafferty in there? She's the chief of the Canton Police. What does that have to do with Michael Proctor? She is only one of the witnesses. There are many more that have their own stories. She is a wife, mother, daughter, sister, and friend. I ask you to imagine what is happening to my daughter and her family and put yourself in their shoes. She didn't ask for this. She did not. She is not a public official. She is the state's witness, and this case has been destroyed. This case has destroyed her life. Through her life, though her life has been upended, she is still standing because she is here for the real victim, John O'Keefe, and his family. I ask that you put your focus where it should be, and that is to stand up and support the Massachusetts State Police, the Norfolk County DA, and the state witnesses. The state has worked diligently in charging the person responsible for the death of her friend, John O'Keefe. I'm sorry. I think what he meant, that's a typo. The state has worked, this is what it's supposed to say. The state has worked diligently in framing the person responsible, or who they claim is responsible for the death of her friend, John O'Keefe. Your efforts to terminate Trooper Proctor will only undermine the great work and the state police did with charging Karen Reed, and will continue to feed into the mob of Karen Reed supporters who are harassing and pushing a false narrative to the public to circumvent the legal process. Yeah, Harold Weeks Jr., you're a fucking shitbag too. Sorry, not sorry. I mean, he's just protecting his daughter. I get that, but dude, you're privy to the same amount of evidence that the rest of us are. So, good afternoon. Who is this? This is Jackie Dougal. Sending to Josh Levy. Who's Jackie Dougal? I know that name. I know that name. Carl Dougal's wife, right? Carl Dougal, the guy who body checked fucking Karen Reed in the courthouse. Okay, that's what I thought. Jackie Dougal. Thank you guys. Appreciate that. I am writing to bring your immediate attention to a matter of serious concern regarding a criminal murder case. Commonwealth Who did he send this to? Oh, to Josh Levy. Can't read that appears to be compromised by witness intimidation, frivolous investigations, and potential political interference. Recent statements and actions indicate the government agencies and elected individuals may be conducting investigations for political motivations rather than impartially pursuing justice. The integrity of our legal system depends on protecting the civil rights of law enforcement and officers and witnesses. I love that shit. So now this is all just a political, this was all a ruse. This was all a buildup to get Adam Deitch elected to, 2 years ago. 2 years ago, this plan was put into place to get Adam Deitch elected as Norfolk County DA, right? And so in order to do that, he got Josh Levy in on, hey, man, let's put up this frivolous investigation into the McAlberts because, there's this Turtle Boy guy that's got a lot of people's attention. And this Turtle Boy guy who's got a lot of people's attention, well, they're voters. And if we can go out there and say, oh, we're out to get the McAlberts, well, then those people will vote for us. Like, no, man. That's weak, dude. That is weak. That is fucking weak. Get real, bro. Because, Josh Levy isn't, he might be, but I am not seeing Josh Levy running for office anywhere. He might be. I don't know. But I don't see it. Not yet, anyway. And then here we go with the John O'Keefe was a dear friend of mine and one of my husband's closest. He had been a part of our family's lives for a very long time and has been a part of many poignant moments for us. As a friend of John and his family, I am appalled at the lack of intervention on behalf of John, his family, law enforcement officers, and witnesses over the past 2+ years. This is rich because how come you're not criticizing the Massachusetts State Police for waiting months, for waiting days, sometimes weeks, and sometimes months to interview key witnesses? For not documenting evidence the way that they're supposed to, for tampering with evidence the way that they did. Why is this all of a sudden the Josh Levy problem? Why isn't this the Massachusetts State Police problem? If you're so appalled at the lack of intervention on behalf of your friend John and his family, law enforcement officers and witnesses over the past 2+ years, well then why aren't you criticizing the way that those law enforcement officers conducted their investigation? Why is this a Josh Levy problem? That's what I want to know. If you're so fucking appalled by it, the level of harassment, intimidation, and slander aimed at my husband and I, along with these individuals, is horrific. Maybe you shouldn't have body checked Karen Reed rather than protect the victim's family. Like, maybe you shouldn't have physically assaulted Karen Reed in a courthouse, you fucking wife of a douchebag. Witnesses and law enforcement officers, the Norfolk Superior Court, Attorney General's Office, U.S. Attorney, blah, 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 all these name dropping, blah, 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 conduct frivolous investigations that include violating Michael Proctor's civil rights and allowing communications from his personal cell phone to be publicized. The termination of an otherwise upstanding law enforcement officer for using a few choice names of a murder. He got fired also because he was out fucking getting drunk on the job with Canton cops who were related to the people in the fucking house, who own the house. Oh my God. During private communications on a personal cell phone sets a dangerous precedent. Shut the fuck up. Furthermore, Norfolk Superior Court failed to adequately protect court proceedings from outside influence and allowed a blogger charged with the intimidation of witnesses inside the courtroom during proceedings. His presence, along with the protesters who were allowed to create a disruptive and disrespectful environment outside the courtroom. Wow. Wow. So your husband body checking the defendant isn't disruptive? It's not disruptive. You don't consider that to be disruptive. Wow. Unbelievable. Who are allowed to create disruptive and disrespectful environment. It's not disrespectful to body check the defendant. Unreal. Directly influenced the jury and contributed to the outcome or lack thereof. Efforts should be focused on upholding and protecting the judicial process, but instead, your focus is to launch a public relations campaign for political benefit targeting upstanding state troopers. This is a clear misuse of authority or deviation from legal standards based on political motivations and potential personal connections. This is unreal. This is amazing that you say that shit in writing. This is a clear misuse of authority, deviation, blah, blah, blah. This questions the intentions and motivations of the offices of the Attorney General, U.S. Attorney, and Governor Healy. Oh, wow. The wrongful termination of Michael Proctor and the senseless investigation of John Fanning and Yuri Bukaki directly compromised the retrial of Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, undermining the district attorney's case and tainting the potential jury pool. Not only do these actions directly interfere with Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, but also Commonwealth versus Aiden Carney and any future civil suits. I ask that you postpone any actions or investigations of law enforcement officers until after these trials to retain the integrity of the legal process. John O'Keefe, the D. O'Keefe family, witnesses in this case, and law enforcement deserve better. They deserve justice. Given the gravity of these concerns, I respectfully urge your office to initiate a comprehensive and impartial investigation into these concerns. It is essential to ascertain whether any court proceedings or government activities have been influenced or driven by political considerations rather than legitimate objectives. Additionally, measures must be taken to safeguard the integrity of Commonwealth versus Karen Reed and Commonwealth versus Aiden Carney by ensuring that legal proceedings are free from external influence and protected from political agendas. Oh, please. This is amazing. So, yeah, do I even want to read Kerry Roberts' fucking support for fucking? No, I don't. I don't give a shit about that. But I'm going to do it anyway. So Kerry Roberts went to bat here for wait a second. This is interesting. So this was forwarded. This was forwarded. I don't get this. So why is this? So Kerry Roberts went to bat for, I guess, okay, so I guess she went to, okay, so yeah, so Michael Morrissey forwarded the email. Kerry Roberts wrote the email to Michael Morrissey, and he forwarded it to Fanning, Bukaki, Tully, Traub, and Belland. I hope this message finds you well. I am writing to bring your immediate attention a matter of serious concern regarding a criminal murder case, Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, that appears to be compromised by witness intimidation, frivolous investigations, and potential political interference. Recent statements and actions indicate that government agencies and elected individuals may be conducting investigations for political motivations rather than impartially pursuing justice. The integrity of our legal system depends on protecting the civil rights law enforcement officers and witnesses. The civil rights of law enforcement officers and witnesses. What about the civil rights of Aiden Carney and his right to free speech? What about the right to Karen Reed having a fair trial? What about the right to the people outside of the courthouse assembling outside of the courthouse? Minus a fucking Gestapo-like buffer zone. DW again, thank you so much. Member for 23 months. Video when Turtle Boy questioned the Dougals is a classic. I have gone over that. Again, I just forget who people are. I'm sorry about that. Let's see. Citizens of Canton and witnesses in this case, and witness as a citizen of Canton and witness in this case, as well as friend of the O'Keefe family, I am disgusted at the lack of intervention on behalf of the victim's family, law enforcement officers, and U.S. witnesses, and us witnesses over the past year and a half. The level of harassment, intimidation, and slander suffered is horrific. Rather than protecting the victim's family, witnesses and law enforcement officers, Norfolk Superior Court, Attorney General's Office, U.S. Attorney, and Governor Healy have allowed and chosen to conduct frivolous investigations that include violating Michael Proctor's civil rights and allowing communications from his personal cell phone to be publicized. Historically, we don't want the evidence that shows us conspiring to fucking frame an innocent woman. We don't want that to be public. That's a violation of his rights, of the lead investigator's rights. You don't have any. You're the lead investigator. The termination of an otherwise upstanding and law enforcement officer for using a few choice names, and I see this, a few choice names for a murder suspect during private communications of a personal cell phone sets a dangerous precedent. I feel like that was copy and pasted from the other letters. Did somebody just write all of these and then change them up just a little bit and then send them out? Furthermore, Norfolk Superior Court failed to adequately protect court proceedings from outside influence and allowed a blogger charged with intimidation of witnesses inside the courtroom during proceedings. His presence, along with the protesters who were allowed to create a disruptive and disrespectful environment outside the courtroom, directly influenced the jury and contributed to the outcome of lack thereof. Hold on a second. I'm just not so inclined to do so right now because it has already been fucking 3.5 hours. But I almost want to compare this letter to Jackie Dougal's letter. I want to see if shit was copy and pasted. Effort should be focused on upholding and protecting the judicial process, but instead your focus is to launch a public relations campaign for political benefit, targeting upstanding state troopers. This is a clear misuse of authority or deviation of legal standards based on political motivations and potential personal connections. This questions the intentions and motivations of the offices of the Attorney General, U.S. Attorney, and Governor Healy. The wrongful termination of Michael Proctor and the senseless investigation of John Fanning, Brian Tully, and Yuri Buchanan directly compromised the retrial of Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, undermining the district attorney's case and tainting the potential jury pool. Not only do these actions directly interfere with Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, but also the actions investigating of law enforcement officers until Karen Reed, but also Commonwealth versus Aiden Carney. Dude, hold on. I got to do it. Yeah, this is word for word. Dude, okay, I'm looking at this is Jackie Dougal's fucking letter. This is word for word. The wrongful termination of Michael Proctor and senseless investigation of John Fanning and Yuri Buchanan directly compromised the retrial of Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, undermining the district attorney's case and tainting the potential jury pool. Not only do these actions directly interfere with Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, but also Commonwealth versus Aiden Carney and any future civil cases. I ask that you postpone any action. Okay, hold on. The wrongful termination of Michael Proctor, the senseless investigation. Here we go. The wrongful termination of Michael Proctor, the senseless investigation of John Fanning, Brian Tully, and Yuri Buchanan directly compromised the retrial of Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, undermining the district attorney's case, tainting the potential jury pool. Not only do these actions interfere, this whole paragraph is copy and pasted. This is and two people's different letters to different people. Busted. But also the Commonwealth versus Aiden Carney and any future civil suits. I ask that you postpone any actions, investigations, of law enforcement officers until these trials retain the integrity of the legal process. Dude, this is copy and pasted. They all sent everybody, they all used the same letter and sent it out, different people. Holy shit. What a bunch of fucking losers. You guys fucking suck. We're on to you, you cunts. All of you cunts. Jackie Dougal, Carrie Roberts, all of you cunts. We're on to all of you. Yeah, they're really proud of that paragraph, bro. They're really proud of it. Ooh. Here, throw this paragraph in there. This has got fucking Jen McCabe written all over it, bro. Let me go back to Matt McCabe's. We gotta fucking figure this out. Let's go back to Matt McCabe's letter. Here we go. No, okay. I'm not seeing the same thing. Yeah, okay. It's different. It's different. Matt McCabe's is different. But yeah, bunch of dirty fucks. These people suck. So who's Denise? Denise wrote all of them? Who's Denise? Oh, Jen's stupid sister? Okay. Jen's sister. You think Denise wrote them all? Denise Galvin wrote them all? Wow. She wrote the timeline. Okay. Wow, you motherfuckers are so lazy, bro. Let me tell you something. You fucking bunch of fucking alleged fucking cop killing fucks. Let me tell you something. You guys are so fucking lazy, bro. So fucking, like, you can't even sell your outrage. You can't even sell your outrage properly. That is pathetic. That is fucking pathetic. You people suck. Rusty Bed Springs, thank you so much. All these letters do is beg for a visit from the DOJ during their investigation of Proctor and his conduct. Right. Like, really, I'd really like to hear more from you about how much you love Michael Proctor. You're a witness in this case. Why are you so invested in Michael Proctor having a job? Why exactly? Unreal. It's unreal. Yeah, no, I mean, for all we know, it was fucking like some jackass on Twitter, like fucking Missy fucking Lurch or some idiot like that. Or what's her face? Not my GF. My GF. If she did do this, she gets a pass. Hi, Julie. Now let's revisit. Actually, let's not do that. I want to there was more stuff here. Okay, MC Kasi G. Okay, buddy. Listen. This is that one time that Will met the real JFK because he was right about the shoe. Thank you for posting this. This is very, very important. This is a hell of a memory of mine. I'm very proud of this memory. Jack, you were a real one, buddy. His friends call him Jack, by the way. You were a real one, bro. Let me see here. Sorry, I'm just looking for here. I just need to go to my Not That Dina. Thank you so much. I love Michael Proctor. Being dehumanized is my kink. Just saying. Okay, Not That Dina. Let's see. Now, Glamour Suze posted this because, of course, I was right about the fucking shoe. So, let's see. Hold on. Rusty Bedsprings, thank you again. Also hilarious that it takes the feds to investigate Proctor, but Karen can't sue Massachusetts State Police in federal court. It has to be in state court. Yeah, that's fascinating. Yeah, we're going over the shoe. The sneaker was found in an area that had definitely been plowed multiple times. Glamasuz, we love you for this. The sneaker would have been much further down the road had it actually been there for 17 hours. It's also in excellent condition. Yes. And we all know that it's a different shoe, bro. We all know that it's a different shoe. We all know. Okay. Dixie Normus backed it up, reposted Glamasseuse thing, says Canton PD walks that exact area in the morning, kicks through the snow, takes photos, no sneaker. Yeah, talking to you, Gallagher. No sneaker. Fast forward to 6 p.m., like 12 hours later, state police arrive and boom, sneaker appears in the same exact spot already cleared earlier. Not pushed by plows, not upstream toward the neighbors where it should have ended up. Just right there waiting. Incredible timing. Thank you, Dix Enormous, for putting that out there. And as you can see, that is clearly a black soul right there. As you can see, okay, folks, we're going over it again. Kiss my ass. Okay, because I don't think you fucking got it. Okay, see that? That is a black soul. Okay, the white snow right here covers part of that black soul. There would be a shadow covering the white snow if it were a shadow, because that's not how fucking light works. That fucking white is impervious to shadow. That's fucking stupid, bro. Like this is white behind me, but you can see a shadow behind my hand. Can you not? Right? See my fingers moving? Right? See, you can't actually see my fingers, but you can tell that they're moving because there's a fucking shadow on the white wall behind me. Okay? That is a black sole on that sneaker. Okay? That is a black sole on that sneaker. And we've got to let's go over the comments here. We got to find the comments. Yeah, this is that time that a kid asked me for my autograph. Little Vinny, homie, asked me for my autograph because I was right about the shoe. Here we have that one time where Aiden and Karen celebrated the fact that I was right about the shoe. I know we all remember that. This is the time that Robert Cosgrove went fucking wild in court, raving about my ability to spot different shoes. And this is Randall comforting Cryfart because Cryfart couldn't handle the fact that I was right about the shoe. And Randall was feeling his pain too. This is Alan Action Jackson giving me a hug and thanking me for being right about the shoe. Okay. This is Bob Alessi. Okay. Him and I posing. He wanted a selfie with the guy who was right about the shoe, who happened to be me. And so that's how that went down. And there's somebody there tagging themselves in the picture. Hold on. I'm trying to find because you saw that it was a black sole, right? And where is that shit? Hold on. Somebody, I think it's in this one. Damn it. Where is it in the comments? Somebody posted it in the comments. No, I already looked at that one. Was it the first one or was it this one? Wasn't this one either. Oh, well, I don't know. But all I know is this video explains it all, folks. This video explains it all. Just pay close attention to it because this is that time that Vinnie Politan praised me nationally for learning about the shoe. On the bottom white. He goes, no. He's like, no, bro, that shit is fucking black, dude. Like, you can see the snow on top of it. Look at it. Look at it. Use your eyes.
It appears that the sole of the shoe is darker in color. It might be the lighting. It might be the snow packed onto it.
Shadows don't work like that, bro. Where shadows don't work like that, bro. White, and I mean white. Right here, dude. Right here. Right here. Right here. Right here. Right here. Dude. Shadows don't fucking work like that. Shadows don't fucking work like
it's a
that,
big
bro.
discussion online too. Everyone is posting pictures of the shoe in the snow next to the
no, Vinny. I was the one showing pictures of the shoe in the snow.
shoe in evidence and saying one has a black sole, one has a white sole. People have researched that Nike makes a shoe that looks like that with a black sole, with the white around the side of the sole, but the bottom being black. So there's a lot of controversy about that, and we'll see how it manifests itself inside of the courtroom, how far the defense goes with it through cross.
That's clearly not the same fucking shoe.
Examination, etc.
Like, you can see the shape of the sole. The design of the goddamn shoe, bro. It's different, bro.
Is that a left or a right sneaker, sir?
This is the left sneaker. Excuse me, this is the right sneaker.
It's actually a right sneaker. Up.
From 34 Ferry Road, Kansas. Yes, you are.
Sure. If you could put the speaker back in the bag and let Mr. Brennan bring the bag over, please.
What was that?
Exactly
what you say. That is not the same fucking shoe.
It's not the same fucking shoe.
Is there a theory that a shoe was planted? Where did that shoe come from? Where's the other shoe with the white? How did someone have another Nike with a black sole? There's a lot of questions that it raises.
It doesn't take a fucking attorney to see that that's a fucking black soled shoe, dude.
It does not take an attorney.
It takes someone with eyes.
Or
a
founder of their Institute of Law.
What just happened? What is that?
Foolishness. Because that's not the same sneaker.
Foolishness.
Listen, I am not a sneakerhead by any means.
Foolishness.
But that is two different sneakers.
Two different
I
shoes,
think this
bro.
This would open the door to like a my cousin Vinny type moment in which you make a sneakerhead an expert.
I don't like your attitude.
What else is new?
I'm holding you in contempt of court.
Oh, here's a fucking surprise.
What'd you say?
What?
What'd you just say?
Listen, we're still on the shoe, bro, because I will have satisfaction when it comes to this fucking shoe. Okay? You understand me? You understand me? All right, hold on. I feel like I missed a couple of these because I was reading. Jay Will was right about the shoe. Thank you, Carrie Cove. Not that Dana. Damn it. Will, you're so old. Don't you know wearing two different shoes is the hip thing? What a loser. No, because the two shoes that were put into evidence, logged into evidence there, both had white soles. So sorry, not that Dina. I love your relationship with the shoe. Thank you, Sumo. I don't. I want the shoe out of my life, but I'm not letting it go. I want the shoe out of my life. Okay, I was just checking to see if I missed any of these. Guys, you're awesome. I think 4 hours is a good time to wrap this up. I had a really great time hanging out with you guys. I know there's other stuff that I want to go over. but we could do that tomorrow. We'll hang out tomorrow. But tomorrow you will see me regardless. Tomorrow I will be on Mazza Medias at noon. We're going to try to hit that 50,000 mark for Mazza as far as fundraising for Kelsey Fitzsimmons, because Kelsey Fitzsimmons still needs to be reunited with her daughter, or with her son, excuse me. Sorry about that. She still needs to be reunited with her son, and that baby needs his mama. So let's get those funds raised for Kelsey tomorrow, noon, Mazza Media. And I'll probably go live at some point tomorrow too. Morning Sunday service on Nurse Kim with the mighty one, Mark Betterow. He'll be on there, and I'm sure he's going to discuss Michael Proctor's unfortunate statements in regards to a particular I guess holiday that supposedly takes place, according to Michael Proctor, in the town of Canton. Yeah, that's going to get discussed. So guys, you're absolutely fantastic. I think MC Kasi G is live. I would direct you guys over there, but I don't have let me see if I could let me go the extra mile here for my man. Hold on, bro. Send you guys over there. All right. So he looks like he's making fun thumbnails or something. Guys, go let MC Kasi G know that it is a Glare raid. And I think Aiden is going live at 9 p.m. unless he rescheduled it for tomorrow, the weekend live. He's been doing that lately, so I don't know if he did that. Let me see here. He doesn't have anything set yet, but I'm assuming he's going live tonight. Guys, you're absolutely fantastic. Oh, Sunday night. So it's Sunday night. Okay. He moved it to tomorrow. So guys, go check out MC Kasi G. I'm dropping the link in the chat. Go tell him, let him know that you're the antenna people there from the Glare and you're rating his chat. Guys, you're absolutely fantastic. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. And thank you guys for all your support. You guys are the most generous, coolest, most fun fucking people in the fucking world. I love you guys so much. Remember, it only takes a second to stay safe, folks. And being retarded never stopped anybody from being a good neighbor unless you're the Alberts. I love you. We'll do this again very soon, my friends.
Watch out!
Today, being retarded means leading a full life. Retarded people go to work or school, just like their neighbors, and come back to a real home. A supervised home, right in the neighborhood, where they belong. Being retarded never stopped anyone from being a good neighbor.
Spotlight hits the courtroom floor. Trooper Proctor strolls through the door. Evidence bag looking kinda off. The glare squints, gives a righteous scoff. He said, "That ain't the shoe I saw. You're all blind to the fatal flaw." Everyone laughed, but deep inside they feared the truth that he couldn't hide. Oh, the glare was right. Yeah, about the shoe and the lights. It don't match what we saw that night. Funky soul, wrong stripe too tight. He don't miss, he don't bend. He's the truth from start to end. He's the glare in the mirror ball's glow, and he told you so. Trooper Proctor reached in the sack, pulled the shoe that was way off track, but Glare knew from the heel to toe it was a fashion felony. Case closed. The jury gasped. The judge said, "Wait," but the Glare already sealed their fate. With a single stare like disco steel, he turned the courtroom into a dance ordeal. He spins, he points, his trust real slow, shoe in hand with that righteous glow. He moonwalks past your weak defense and serves subpoenas with elegance. Oh, the Glare was right. Oh, he don't need hindsight. That mismatched shoe won't see daylight. Truth is funky and fierce tonight. He's the judge, he's the jury, he's the groove. When the Glare says it, you better move. Right about the shoe and everything too. G-L-A-R-E-R, he outdanced you. Glare don't lie, Glare's fly. That shoe was wrong and now you cry. Stay incorrect, stay incorrect. Stay incorrect.